Yo, how's it going, folks? Yeah, sorry, man. I had family I haven't seen in years come round today because they wanted to see where I've moved to. And yeah, they stayed for a little while longer than I expected. We ended up having dinner and whatnot. So couldn't really, John Cena them out of the building. So sorry about that. It is what it is. And there's not much I can do to help the impending situation. To be fair, I was planning on streaming earlier with more of Lunar Abyss because that game is freaking awesome. But it didn't work out because I had visitors. So I decided to put some stuff together today because there really hasn't been much news outside of the usual showings of discontent, the Civil War as it's known. But yeah, how is everyone doing? Hey, look, here is my thought on this. Xbox One and PS4 should have been dropped long ago. Next generation, maybe a year, tops 2. The Series X and S should be dropped too. That way we don't have that problem. And hopefully we don't ever have a situation that we do right now with the Series S and X. It was an experiment, and it was a failed experiment, and hopefully it will never happen again. Because it's unfortunate. It is. It is unfortunate. Yeah. I said that on social media, Bullets, and I am now public enemy number 1. How I want to gatekeep. Man, if I wanted to gatekeep, which I do, I would just say everything exclusive, no Steam, no nothing, just Xbox ecosystem. But no one wants to, but I wouldn't be saying that, obviously. That's not me. I just want the money I pay for my hardware to actually matter. 12 gigabytes would have fixed the Series S. As we can see with the Switch 2, it's still not enough. See, the problem is today, and this is something that some of you may or may not agree with, developers have gotten quite shit. And because they've gotten quite shit, they don't want to optimize their games anymore. They probably put it through some AI algorithm to do it for them, and they rely on frame gen for everything. The problem is, frame gen requires you to have good frames in the first place before you can actually do good frame gen. So when it comes to the weaker machines, like the Switch 2, like the Series S, well, frame gen doesn't quite cut it. You start chopping and cutting everywhere, so then they actually have to do some developer work that they're paid for. And that unfortunately then makes it a little more complicated because they need to put more time. So it's all fun and games, but those of you that actually have a Series X are now being penalized, A, by the fault of probably the developers for not optimizing, but the reality is, when it comes down to the crunch, if the Series S didn't exist, you would have those games day and date on your console. It's really that simple. Once you get to a certain frame rate, it's good enough. Well, this is the thing. Now they're all relying on AI to do the work for them. AI to handle the workload. Don't get me wrong, though, right? Don't get me wrong. I used DLSS for the longest time on PC, right? I did. I used DLSS for the longest time. And then a certain someone in chat hounded me to use DLAA, which basically isn't any frame gen, which is native. And I'll tell you this, the game at 40-50 FPS native runs smoother than 60 FPS with frame gen. I can see the frame gen kicking in with DLSS, but when it's running native smooth, it is smooth. It is silky smooth. And when you get that smooth 60 FPS without frame gen, man, it is glorious. So I'm not saying that, frame gen is the way to go. What I'm saying is, at lower frames, it is a problem. Sorry, you know what I mean. But yeah, not DLSS, but the actual frame gen aspect of it. But yeah, once I removed frame gen and I saw what it is, it's not so bad. Hey, Small, how's it going? I said no names. If you know, you know. I mean, Steve is pretty much all for AI. Guy wanted to sell me an AI graphics card. I mean, that's the first news that we're looking at today anyway. No Rest for the Wicked. Because this is the one that's doing the rounds at the moment, because my guy decided to turn around and say, in Discord, him thinking that it's not going to actually get clipped or cut out or posted. Albeit this guy was hating Microsoft for the longest time, so I understand the pushback on this, because, it's not like he's been Microsoft's most favorite guy. He's also, being accused of, harassment and everything else. Ismail? Alright, buddy, I'll call you that. You didn't agree to those terms? What the hell is that? Money don't grow in trees? I mean, it depends what tree you're looking at. I don't know. A lot of people seem to like No Rest for the Wicked. It seems to be doing well. But, that aside, the point, regardless of what the situation is, the Switch 2 is also being delayed, but that's kind of expected because everyone's almost now delaying the Switch 2 version due to its specs. But it was a bit diabolical for this guy to come out and say Series S and mobile specs aren't too far apart. Come on, that's diabolical. That even had me like, what? By the way, I remember a couple of people asking if Wolverine was open world. It's confirmed that it is not open world. It is a single player action, full linear experience. So take that as you will for those of you that are interested in the game. But there's a lot of there's a lot of controversy and discussion over this at the moment, and people really coming at me for some reason. That doesn't surprise me, Steve. But still, if the Series X didn't if the Series S didn't exist, it would have released on Series X. Can we at least agree on that? To be fair, the Snapdragon 8 Gen 5 are better. The Halo campaign evolved. It will eventually land on. It will be on Game Pass day one. Yeah. Why has he got a timeout coming his way? So many things wrong with Wolverine and God of War Laufrey. I don't know. I'm playing both. I mean, Navy, wasn't Bethesda also doing that? They actually went into the Steam reviews and started arguing with people. Wolverine looked bloody to me. Unfortunately, Microsoft disagrees with you, Small Ismail. They want it to be on PlayStation. And so its campaign evolved will be on PlayStation. I agree with you though. I think it shouldn't be. But here we are. I mean, didn't everyone know that bullets? Like everyone? And I mean everyone. I mean, there are people in Uganda that probably know that. There are people in Somalia that probably already know that, and that's why they're not going there. Wolverine is supposed to be before X-Men, but yet Wolverine knows Jean Grey. I mean, we don't know the story, do we? That could have been like... We've seen clips where he's in his normal human clothing, right? So it could be like a time lapse that isn't explained. So we don't know. Until you play the story, you don't know where it is. I mean, the game could start off with him being before X-Men and then say, right, 15, 20 years later. And then there's that whole connection done already. They don't need to go through the whole, build up between Jean Grey and Cyclops and everyone else. Everyone kind of already knows it. So until we actually see the story, can't really just throw it under the bridge like that. What was it about Susano in... I mean, we'll see what it is. We don't know the story yet. That's what I'm saying. Until we know the story, we can't really say it's good or bad. If it's bad, we'll say it's bad. But until we actually know the story, can't really just say it's crap when it isn't. I tell you what, though, in the last 4 days, I think I've been blocked more times on X than I have in the last 2 years. I think I'm going for a new record with just how far my villain arc is actually going. You know what, though? Luna is upstairs right now, and it's literally Luna versus the three boys, my daughter, the missus, and Luna's winning. I can hear it from downstairs. I'm not sure if their wailing is coming along, but it's almost like, Luna's decided to become like. It's just throwing her from place to place. It's great. I love to hear it. See? Now that deserves a timeout, Steve. That right there. That's the good use of a 10-second timeout. Just for the record, look at it, man. I got plenty of hair. Ain't cutting this until you guys give up calling me bald. Yeah, Luna Abyss is so good, man. It is so good. I'm really enjoying that game. I didn't think I would, but I am. You tell lies. You're a Scouse. It's literally in your DNA. You keep saying Liverpool's a good team. Yeah. It's literally in your DNA. God. Stop it, chat. I'm not bald. But yeah, so it's a shame that another game goes by not releasing day one because of the Series S. Damn that Series S. But it is an old device now, so it is what it is. And I do think the parity should just be stopped at this point. Microsoft should find a loophole for it in some way or other and just get it stopped. Man City? I am not bold. I resent that statement. I turn that statement back. But I suspect we'll see more and more of it going forward. It is what it is. You've been shaving your head for like 30 years? I'm not there yet, man. I'm not there yet. Can you imagine if I ever turned up to a stream with a complete bald head? These guys. Hey man, you just asked who did that, and I gave you an answer. And as you said, it's correct, and I think case closed. I mean, Sony as a corporation is not doing great, right, Susano? Sony as a company, they're pretty much offloading everything, while diversifying into areas where it does make money, like anime with Crunchyroll and other stuff like that. They're trying to create a monopoly on those areas. But stuff like the DSLR cameras, the TVs and stuff, they're trying to move away from and let other people do the heavy lifting. Like the Vio laptops, they've completely abandoned. Sony mobile phones, I don't think they exist anymore. So all of this stuff just hasn't really panned out because it's just been so expensive. But the one division that is making money is SIE, and that is their their only real, true, profitable department. Hale should shave his hair. I'll tell you what, send me a 6000 RTX Pro and I'll shave my hair. There you go. It's cool, I'm safe. I know he won't do it, so I'm good. I'm good to make those type of demands. God of War hate is deserved. Days Gone 2 would have happened, but no one really bought the game at launch. I mean, the game did eventually go on to sell 8 million copies, or 10 million copies, I think it is now, with all the re-releases and sales. But shareholders look at what the game sells within generally the first few days, week. That determines its overall success. And it didn't do well. It didn't sell very well, and because of that, Sony didn't greenlight version 2. No, I think Sony. I mean, SIE is fine. Sony as a company, probably, but SIE and Sony are different, right? They're separate. They're separate entities. Sony Interactive Entertainment and Sony Corporation are separate companies. It still looked kind of cool though. Power Boss. Yeah, I know, Reichi, but that's the problem. That's the problem. That's why you don't have a part 2. You know, it's, at the end of the day, if it doesn't sell, it's not going to get a part 2. The actual director came out and said, the community didn't buy it, so it's not happening. Because they pitched for a Days Gone 2, and Sony said no. And he then ended up blaming the community for not buying the game. I can tell you that did not end well for him. Just gonna put it out there. That didn't end well for him. I'm always right, Susanna. I'm never wrong. I mean, whatever it was, Susanna, the game didn't sell well, and you can attribute whatever you want. At the end of the day, numbers speak for themselves. If the numbers don't match up and the numbers don't add up, that's all there is to it. The numbers speak. It's a numbers game at the end of the day, and they dictate what the companies do. Only 24 years? Are you crazy? Man, I'm expecting my grandchildren's grandchildren to be around before Test 6 is even, midway production. It is. June has finally managed to make its way to Xbox, which is cool because it was supposed to release on Xbox quite some time ago. In fact, it was supposed to launch on Xbox with the PC release, but they couldn't get it working on the Series S. So they basically, at the time, had to delay it. And I'm guessing as time went on, they just gave up and waited for better software. I'm guessing they've got it working now. But yeah, this was another game that was supposed to launch on the Xbox some time ago, but didn't because of the Series S. They just at the time they couldn't get the map to load. It was too big. Maybe now what they've done for the consoles is split the maps up, but on PC I believe they have just the one big map load all in one, so you can traverse everywhere. But I think the only thing I can think of now is what they did with Anthem, where the map was split into separate quadrants. So as you get closer to each quadrant, the map, lazy loads into it. So for you, it's seamless, but in the background, you're only looking at like one or two areas of the overall map. You don't actually, it's not loading the rest of it. Man, you guys, what the fuck? You make it look like I've got cancer or something. I mean, the PlayStation controller is probably believable. The unicorn isn't, but not the bald man. The one on the right makes it look like I've got cancer. Don't ever post that online, man. If my mum ever saw that, she'd probably have a heart attack, and her heart is faint anyway. Yeah, I saw this. So, but yeah, so June is another one that's actually coming. To compete with Fable, you have Tomb Raider, Legacy of Atlantis, which is going to be landing. I'll be honest with you, I'm more interested in this than I am with Fable. But that's just me. But good stuff. February is starting to pick up as well with lots of games. Although September is absolutely ridiculous, right? I personally would love either Prototype 3 or a reboot of the franchise. Not like Xbox is getting Spider-Man or Wolverine, so make your own. Yeah, they're never going to get those games. Sony isn't going to give Microsoft anything. Man's if if the alleged Jason Schreier report is true, which you know, my stance on that one, they pretty much stopped PC ports to keep the games off Xbox Helix. Why do you think it's going to get delayed to April? Because of Tomb Raider? I didn't say I'm not interested in Fable. I said I'm more interested in Tomb Raider. There's a difference, man. Come on. Well, Steve, it is for this year. Hey, Byron. I mean, they showed enough for Tomb Raider.
Let me see her last goodbye. She's going to bed now.
Huh?
She's going to bed now.
Let me hold on for a sec. Hello.
No.
Why is it every time I'm on stream, La Boo Boo? Why is it every time I'm on stream, you don't want to let anyone have a look at you? Hey, look. Now look, chat can see you. There you go. There's your cameo appearance.
I think she's camera shy.
I think she is. She never used to be. It's not called only on PS5 anymore. Yeah, that's the weird one, right? And people are having a go at me saying that they thought I knew better. And I'm like, that's a bit weird. Why are you saying stuff like that? Because, like, Until Dawn 2, I'm looking forward to it. I enjoyed the first game. I'm hoping the second game is going to be good. But happens on PS5 doesn't mean it's exclusive. That doesn't tell me it's exclusive. What if Take-Two and Rockstar announced GTA 6 coming out in September instead of November? Man, if Rockstar did that, I think they would become public enemy number one. And then you would see every single company delaying their game by a couple of months. All of them would do it. How does that mean the same thing? Happens on PS5. What does that even mean? Of course they did, Soul. Of course they did. They don't want to say exclusive because even if they have pivoted right now, if they ever want to pivot back, they don't want to be barefaced again. So they're not going to use the words. I mean, let's look at it realistically. Even if you say the word, I mean, the term exclusive now has become trash, right? It's become garbage. Even though people want the true nature of exclusivity, the actual concept of the name has been so cheapened and so, ridiculed over the last few years. It doesn't really hold that big of a moniker in it. Like, when someone says it's exclusive, the first response of, yeah, buddy, how long? I mean, it almost goes back to the saying from Asher Shah, the plan is the plan until it's not. And it's like, the game is exclusive until it's not. Do you see what I mean? Spider-Man was exclusive until it's not. Halo was exclusive until it's not. Forza was exclusive until it's not. I mean, the way these companies are just backpedaling on everything is ridiculous. So, I understand why they're not using the word exclusive, but I find it funny that their community thinks that this will probably last. The ice pick, they can, right? They can say it. Because they did say it just recently with Ghost of Yote. They said available only on PS5. But guess what? It's currently only on PS5. So they haven't actually lied. They haven't said anything that isn't true. Do you see where I'm going with this? Now, once it becomes available on, say, PC, if it ever does go to PC, then they'll say Then they'll just change the tagline. Available on PC and PS5. But right now, it is factually true. It's only available on PS5, and that is exactly what they didn't say. Available exclusively only on PS5, and even that can be, you know, twisted and misconstrued and ripped apart if someone really wanted to, because the way people throw the word exclusive around is almost a joke, right? I mean, there's very few games that are actually exclusive today. Halo 5, for example. That's not available on anything outside of, you know, the original console. Unless you go backwards compatibility, but it's still the original console. You know, stuff like Astrobot, GT7. There's very few games that actually are truly exclusive anymore. Everything in one way or another is like available everywhere. Damn straight, so damn straight. Agreed, Ghosty. Recently. But Sony's ambition, Power Boss, wasn't really to make the sales on PC. Their ambition was to get people to go from PC to PlayStation. And I just don't see PC gamers ever doing that. Hell, PC gamers won't even use any other app outside of Steam. So, you know, there's that. Let alone buy another console. Hey, Paul. No. Gaming, a lot of people play those games, but they're not the only games people play. Yeah. What would be crazy if they announced Gears of War E-Day to exclusive on PS5? That would be funny. I actually genuinely would like to see how the meltdown would ensue for that one. I know there'd be like a little mushroom cloud over in Hull somewhere. Just a tiny one. Mainly because that person isn't very mobile at the moment. So it'd be just like a bit of matchsticks and stuff. But still, it'd be funny to just see. GTA 6 releasing on Xbox Series and PS5, but I think Rockstar got the PC version ready, as Rockstar gonna let the PC version sit for free to 6 months. I think they'll let it sit for 1 year. That makes more sense. I did that on stream. But yeah. It's either 5 or 6. Can't actually remember. I want to say it's 5 o'clock. But it could be 6. I think it might be 6. At least for us in the UK. The Summer Games Fest tomorrow. That starts at 9 or 10 in the UK. So apparently there's this person on social media called Infamous Liberal Gamer. I'm not sure if he's King Fresh, but he's acting a lot like him. It's weird. He's got an infatuation with me and Dirk Griggity. He says 9:30. I'll be live from 9 o'clock then tomorrow. So that's cool. I'll be live from 9 o'clock tomorrow, so that should be great. 9 a.m. UK? Don't be silly. Yeah, so I'll be streaming the Summer Games Fest on Friday. The Future Games Show on Saturday. There's the Xbox Showcase and the PC Showcase on Sunday as well. So I'll be doing those as well. So, you know, from Friday to Sunday, we'll be streaming all the showcases. He hasn't said anything racial to me yet. But he is a twat. The Summer Games Fest, like the big show where they're going to show the game I want them to show, that will have me jumping for joy, over the moon like crazy, near Automata 2. It's gonna be there, right, chat? It's gonna be there tomorrow, right, chat? Yeah, Jeff Keighley show. See, Bags has faith that it's going to be there. At least someone does. What up, Paul? Very simple. Gaming. If they're on at the same time, I watch the Xbox One first, and then I watch the PC Showcase after. YouTube has the ability to rewind. More likely to see Blink remake? I don't say that. Xbox One, I believe, is at 6 o'clock. Our time, Silver. High God, American. Welcome to High God. Do you know what? You are right, Ghosty. That is, there's no lies told there. Without Batista, Gears just doesn't have the right ring to it. And obviously, we need Vin Diesel in there as Dom as well, screaming family all the way. I think they should finally, they should finally take the plunge and get those two to be the new faces for Gears of War. A Latin American showcase? I don't know, chat. Do you want to check it out? You see, even Susano agrees. Play Anywhere has decided to up the game with Onimusha Way of the Sword and Control Resonant actually leading the charge with Xbox Play Anywhere. This is really cool because these are pretty big titles, and it shows intent from Microsoft having these on there as Play Anywhere. I think that's it's showing Microsoft's commitment to the program, and that's good. What percentage chance? A 0, Woodpit. Do you know what, Gorsty? He can't time me out. I think the term PC gaming is misleading. It uses the popularity of PC to insinuate they are all 3K gaming rigs. I mean, you don't need 3K gaming rigs to be a PC gamer. That's just something social media created. The beauty of PC is the fact that you can change your settings to whatever you want to get the best performance for the game that your specs allow you to. Where at times consoles are limited to 30 FPS and there's no way to change it, with PC gaming you have that choice. And that's what makes PC gaming different. You can tinker to get the settings that best works for you, not what the developers want you to use. According to Nate the Hate, he expects to see Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 at the Summer Games Fest. So we should all rejoice that Final Fantasy is going to be there. Hopefully so will Nier Automata. I mean, I don't understand why people find PC gaming annoying. You just press the play button, the game boots, and you play. There's no difference to what a console is. Did you guys want to check out that new the showcase, and then we can come back to the rest of the stream after? If you do, I need a link. In all my years using a PC for gaming, I've only had one game that's not worked, and that the developers themselves admitted that they have trouble working, and that was that silly game that was on Game Pass that was Play Anywhere, that Alien game. It just wouldn't. It just kept crashing. In all my years, that's the only one I've ever had a problem with. Even older Windows Live games that now no longer work, you could just download a DLL file and put it into the folder, and it bypasses the Windows Live check. Jobs are done. What's the showcase that's on right now? Showcase Latin America? Wait, it's already finished? Oh no. It starts in 2 minutes. Okay, I've got the link. I got the link, boys. I got the link. But there is a bit of controversy that we can discuss for 2 minutes before we jump over, and that is with Control Resident. A lot of people are upset that Sony get 2 days early access, and PC and Xbox doesn't. And my question is, why does this matter now? I don't know, Woodpit. I feel if people want to watch it, I figured we'd check it out for 10, 15 minutes. If it's rubbish, we'll switch off and come back to the main show. That's also, I mean, it takes 30 seconds for shader compilation. maybe a minute at max. And Nvidia now have already started to pre-compile those anyway. So has Microsoft. So that's no longer really an issue. The schedule. Good lord. How crazy. Yeah, most of these no one's even heard of or care about. Xbox. Yeah, the PC game show starts while the Xbox showcase is going, so that's fine. We can just rewind and watch it as a VOD. Thanks for that, Power Boss. I mean, it's 2 days, Cesano. I mean, people didn't complain when, and were perfectly happy with Hogwarts Legacy when that had a mission for a whole year. They didn't care when Call of Duty had an extra mission for a whole year. I mean, Sony's been doing this for God knows how long. Which is why I'm asking, why does it matter now? Why didn't it matter all these years ago? Why didn't anyone complain about it? Because there was no, thing done about it. No sound? There should be sound. There is no sound. You are right. There is now. I mean, even Destiny, like Diablo saying. Wait, was that what I just think it is? Anyway, Destiny had exotics that were exclusive. Some were amazing, by the way. And they were for 3 years. Is there still no sound?
Hola a todos y bienvenidos a Latin American Game Showcase Summer Game Pass Edition. I'm Steffi Varela and today we're coming to you from the beautiful beaches of Colón in Panama. Today's showcase features over 80 games from across Latin America, including world premieres, release date announcements, and major updates from some of the region's most exciting titles. Huge thanks to all of our presenting sponsors, Raw Fury, Two Wedges, Annapurna Interactive, New Blood Interactive, Halberd Studios, ID at Xbox, Goldpack Goblins, and to all of our partners for helping make this showcase possible. Throughout the show, you'll see this icon on screen that means there's a playable demo available right now, and you'll be able to
I just don't think
find it
anyone should
all
complain.
on our official
Sony's been doing
Steam
this for the
event
longest time.
running all week long. But you're here for the game, so let's get started. Brazil is without a doubt one of the biggest forces in Latin American game development. But what's truly exciting is seeing more countries from across the region step into the global stage every year. So let's take a look at how we're growing together, starting with the world premiere from Colombia.
This reminds me of a game from years ago. Can't remember what though. No, not Smash Brothers. Something else. I would assume not so much. Not as much as people are thinking anyway. Hey, broke boy. Thanks for stopping by, my dude. What movie are you watching? Oh, I'm trying to decide between He-Man or Scary Movie 6. I heard He-Man is supposed to be really good. I haven't really heard anyone say anything about Scary Movie. Is that some protest against Steve Gorski? Because he's a Jared Leto fan. I don't know, that just looks like a mess on the screen. I like what the game has done, and I like where they're going with it. But it just seems like there's too much. I mean, there probably is a story. They've invaded the kingdom, you gotta drive them away. That's just story. And you can support them on Kickstarter. What more do you want? World premiere. I mean, what you guys all need to do is become gacha players and we'll all have a great time. Or you all need to start playing Final Fantasy 14. It's inevitable, Ghosty. You know it's going to happen at some point. You know, I still don't know if I've ever pulled a Chi-Chi. I did pull Lacrimosa today, though. I got her in 26 pulls. And I got the glider as well. Nah, you need to embrace it, Gorsty. You need to pop that cherry and become a true non-virgin and enter the realm of gachas. I mean, I can tell you for a fact, Bruno has entered the realm of gachas. He has entered into manhood. This kinda could be fun. Steam. Exclusively on Steam, not on Epic or anything else. All exclusively on Steam, but Steam doesn't have exclusives, right? I would assume so, Woodpit, but yeah, there's always a chance that there's going to be that one game that appeals to you, that one that, you know, shines, and you can wishlist it. Honestly, a lot of these indie games have been killing it as of late, mainly because they've just been doing great work, but I've already lost interest in this game because it's a roguelike. But, you know. Taz would love this. This is literally Taz's jam. Gabe said, Susano, that he is not a monopoly. There is plenty of choice out there for people to go and buy whatever they want. Vital, that's just not true. I've seen many indie developers having a meltdown on how difficult and how horrible Steam have been with getting their games on there. One developer's submission failed and Steam wouldn't even tell them why it failed so they could fix it. They just told them it failed and that was it.
Latin America's growth isn't just about the numbers.
Honestly, I mean, you know, when it comes to the difficulty of putting it on thing, the easiest way is just to self-publish and release the game yourself.
Small teams and solo developers.
Is Garna hurt? I gotta find her. I gotta try to stand up.
Oh, thanks for the help. But I still can't believe we're in this mess because of you.
We both knew getting near the tower was forbidden.
So, if we want to get our original bodies back?
We gotta
Probably nice weather,
cooperate
wouldn't it?
And help each other, right?
Yep. But you're way too close.
GOG is
as
super
well.
easy to put on. Right? I don't know the Xbox process for putting it on the Idea Xbox program or anything like that.
That's weird.
I've got zero
But
exposure to
we
that,
have to keep moving forward. Together.
so I can't really comment on what they do.
Ornament Tower. Wishlist now.
But I know stuff like GOG is really easy. And they're DRM free, right? By the way, did you guys hear about that Stop Killing Games? The decision is being appealed in California. The publishers are pushing back. And they could win. Because they have a little EULA on their side. So they won the ruling in California, but it's now being appealed. You know, the big publishers out there, Sony, Microsoft, Ubisoft, EA, they're all appealing against it because according to them, when you buy a game and you boot the game up, there's a EULA that you sign, that you agree to, that basically says you don't own this game. You own the license to this game, and you can lose it at any time. Which, you know, the gamers agree to before playing. And if you agree to it, you lose it. You don't have the right to complain about it. It's a strong case. I was reading it today. It's a strong case. It'll be interesting to see what happens from there. Yeah, you've always got a license. You've never actually owned the game. You've never really truly owned them. You've always paid for a license, which can be revoked at any time when you agree to it. Not sure, I only saw it posted today, Power Boss. And it said they were appealing against it. In the US, Susano, you own the right to the physical disc. You own the right to keep and hold the physical disc, but the contents within it can be removed at any time. They can stop it working. They can't come to your house and take the disc because under US law, you've purchased it. But they can't, you know, if they want to stop the game from booting, they can do that. But they can't come to your house and essentially take the game away from you. Because you've got consumer protection rights over there that prevent that from happening. Yeah, exactly. You can keep the disc, but they can stop the disc from booting. Everybody wins when we all lose our games. I mean, for me, Ghosty, as long as there is a way to play the game that is like not being extorted by idiots charging you £1,000 for a £30 game, or turning around and charging you, you know, 10 grand for something that should be like £5 because it's so old, then I think you should play it on the hardware. But if the game has been delisted and you can't play it anymore, you can't buy it anymore, and there's no way to get it, then yeah, sure, go do what you want. Like Forza Horizon 4, that's been completely delisted. You can't buy that anymore. You can't do anything. There's no way for you to actually physically buy that anymore. So if you wanted to play it, it's fair game.
Your penance has
That's my view on it.
only just begun.
It's not Woodpit. But it is delisted, right, Reichi?
What's most exciting is not just where the region is today, but where it's heading next. A new generation of developers is emerging across Latin America with bold ideas, fresh voices, and ambitious new projects like this.
Yeah, so you can't buy it anymore, like in official places. So it's fair game.
You wake up as a refueler on a planet where plants emit sound. Explore alien temples, interact with your AI companion,
Looks
upgrade
kinda cool.
your suit, face multiple endings, and solve dozens of unique puzzles. But in this game, sound and music are your core gameplay mechanics. For example, using your drone sphere, you can hear the ocean's depth. I'm Marcel, solo developer, and this is Soundgrass.
Honestly, it's really cool to see games from Latin America, from Brazil. It's Some pretty good talent over there. That is so stolen from Mario. Oh, Nintendo's gonna be so after these guys. Metroid. Quantum Quartz looks decent, and the demo's out today. I'm just wondering, how do they get their games really noticed? Because most people just aren't going out looking for these games. They put a lot of time and investment and effort into it, but you'll never see these games advertised. They just get lost in the sea of games that no one really ever finds. You know? I mean, you're a spider in this one, so I'm definitely out. And that is why anime, if I want to play it, I'll play it on PC or PlayStation 5. And it's not that it's not coming to Xbox. Well, I guess that's a good way of putting it. Well, I was going to say, it's not skipping Xbox, it's just not coming to Xbox. If you say skipping, it's a taboo word, and people don't like it. To the actual showcase? Sure, I'll post it in Discord. It's done, Susanna. It's there. Hurry! I know Woodpit, but that's the point I was making. Like, how do they actually get their games marketed? I mean, the best way that they could do it realistically is by contacting streamers. Thank you for the super chat, Susano. I appreciate it. Thank you for the free. 33. Yeah, the best way for them to do it, in my opinion, is to contact streamers and ask them to play their game. Give them a key, let them play it, and hope it goes viral. I suspect that's what most do anyway.
I think I got some red on me.
It's like there was this one game a couple of years ago that I saw basically the indie developer. I think they sold like 20 copies of their game in the span of a month, which they were generally happy with. But then a big streamer called Lyric decided to give the game a try. Out of the blue, he just purchased it and gave it a try. You know, the guys didn't even reach out to him. He just saw it and thought he'd try it as a game to play. And the game went viral. It sold over 100,000 units. You know, and for a indie developer, that's huge. That's massive. It was funny because the actual dev apparently reached out to Lyric and offered him some freebies and stuff as a way of saying thank you for helping the game go viral. Susano, that's really easy. They're not making it for their target audience. They're making it for whatever agenda-driven audience that they believe they want to make it for that's not going to buy the game. It's really that simple. You see a bunch of these games come out and they're like, I don't know why it doesn't sell. Well, maybe you're pandering for the audience that's not interested in your game. You know, you'll see a bunch of people turn around and make all these comments and, you know, say, oh, well, we believe this and we're proud to be this and that. But the community that they're trying to, you know, virtue signal to ain't buying that game. They've got no interest in buying it. And so one day you turn around and see them start crying that their game didn't sell well, what did you think was going to happen? You literally did it to yourself. Know your audience. And stop pandering to social, you know, desires of whatever the people are pandering for. There was this Japanese company recently. They made a game called, I think, Cafe Bunny. And it's a bit risque, but nothing sexual in there. But, you know, they've got bunny outfits and with big boobs. And so people started complaining why they don't cater for smaller chested women and all of this and all of that with the bunnies. And the CEO of the company came out and said, well, our audience, you know, we're catering for what our audience wants. And, you know, if we deviate from what they want, the game isn't going to sell. So we have to follow what the audience wants. And that is the right approach.
Dive into a haunting underwater world in A Tale of Silent Depths, a tactical RPG.
I mean, you make a game that your audience wants to buy. You don't make it for some social, you know, pandering or social agenda that you think is going to do, you know, gangbusters, and then when it doesn't, you start crying that it's not because the people that have been, you know, bigging up the game don't buy it, because they're not going to buy it. They've got no interest in buying it. They just want to use it as a mouthpiece.
Chaos behind in Roadout, a post-apocalyptic action RPG where high-speed
racing
collides with deadly dungeon exploration. Take on dangerous contracts, sabotage rival gangs, and fight your way through the dead zone as Mercenary Claire. Step into a decaying nightmare in Comatose, a retro-inspired survival horror FPS where you explore twisted environments, solve disturbing puzzles, and survive the horrors lurking inside your own mind.
How much is the
Launching today in early access.
new?
One of
Is it the
Latin
7060
standout action
XT?
platformer is finally making the leap
Or
to
the,
mobile this summer.
9070
Exploring
XT?
Fallen Kingdom,
How much does that come
master
to?
fluid movement,
'Cause I know
and
that's not
conquer
overly
brutal
expensive.
platforming challenges wherever you go.
Maybe that might be a better option. The 7900
Dash,
XTX
and
is still a
blast
good
your
graphics
way
card.
through deadly machines in Core Breaker, a fast-paced action platformer with roguelike chaos at its core. Unlock powerful upgrades, discover new weapons, and uncover your purpose in a world ruled by robots. Available now in early access.
Not like that.
Latin American games are reaching players all around the world thanks to the support of global publishers, but also through experienced local teams with bigger ambitions than ever before. So let's begin this segment with the world premiere of one of Argentina's most ambitious
good
games
card.
to date.
But what was the one upgraded to that? What's the new one from AMD? I can't remember the number. Was it 9070 or 7090 XT? Yeah, Bags, what's that name of that game that you constantly mocked that sold like 5 copies? $9070 XT? What's the price difference between that and 7900 XTX? And performance difference? I haven't looked at graphics cards in a long time, but I don't think they're too far apart. Nah, there was one. It had the word "born" in there.
You changed something. What you just did was holding.
You want a Tintin Assassin's Creed?
The technology and you are very compatible. You will become an exceptional time traveler.
Yeah, I just can't remember the price on that in euros. Dustborn, that's the one. Dustborn was made listening to people that would never buy the game. That's a prime example. And guess what? No one bought the game. I think he means the TV series, not the games. If he means the games, that is a bad take.
Deep Dish Dungeon is a multiplayer game that you can play solo or with up to 2 other players. You'll be killing monsters, bosses, solving puzzles, looting, treasure hunting, adventure yourselves through the dark places.
Steve, that wasn't so much the question. I was
to the dungeon,
trying to see what the difference between the 9070 XT and the 7900 XTX was in terms of performance and price.
Later this year and fall 2026.
No. He would never dish this. Gotcha. It's the new collaboration with Cyberpunk is going to be awesome. Armageddon. I can see what this game was going for, and it could be a good game in the end. Cyberpunk uses 18 gig. Cyberpunk 2077 needs more than 16 gig. It requires 18 gig of VRAM. But honestly, that's the only one I know that does require it. Ah, a man of culture, I see, Benisha. I knew I liked you for a reason. In theory, at least, Raichi.
Hi, this is Mark, Game Director on Hell Clock. Our first expansion, Cursed War, is right around the corner. And with it, we're releasing 6 new skills for you to make broken builds with. Holy Fire is a classic fireball.
Yeah, that's all bells and whistles, Sanchez. 4K, ray tracing, path tracing, you know,
with a long-range
native 4K as well, not frame gen. Like the whole works. That's like running everything on the max settings.
Lad Sermon shoots bouncing lightning shots
with all the bells and whistles. But if you're not doing that, then
holding enemies
you know, if you're playing on 2K, then you're fine.
And with Kakara Dive, you can leap slam into enemies with the strength of the.
And honestly, most people play 2K resolution anyway.
Unique items, which can drastically change how all of these skills work. Don't miss Curse War, coming to PC, Xbox Series, and PlayStation 5 on July 14th.
Actually, most people play 1080p, but you know.
What you're about to see is probably the greatest indie game to come out in all of 2026. Oh,
yeah, nice tags, bro. So good, it's very beautiful, has vibrant music.
Toilet, literally.
No.
Where did you come from?
Don't leave me.
Nope.
And who knows, maybe when it fully releases,
This is the one. This is the one.
Wait, you can show them.
it might just be my game of 2026. This is Colonel Hearts.
Unfortunately, not Power Boss. So they said it's a roguelike.
My God.
And I only have time to play 2 gacha games. If I add a third, I don't think I'll have time for anything else. But you know what? I will try the demo. Do you know what? I think I might have downloaded the demo from last year's.
Before we continue, we want to thank our partners for supporting our mission. Our presenting sponsors, Raw Fury, Two Wedges, Annapurna Interactive, New Blood Interactive, Halbert Studios, ID at Xbox, who is highlighting an amazing lineup of Latin American games.
None of you here have played Wuthering Waves, so you cannot judge for pure a great gacha game until you play.
Deep Dish Dungeon, a handcrafted survival adventure mixing exploration, crafting, and co-op dungeon crawling. Colorbound, a beautiful color-based puzzle adventure inspired by Aymara
I think it might
culture.
be finished.
Play Faster, a precision platformer built for speedrunners. And Soul Quest, a recently launched action-packed adventure inspired by Celtic mythology. And Gold-Packed Goblins, whose support inspired a new segment we call Dev Exchange Program, where we spotlight games from other underrepresented regions around the world. Today, with special guest dev team from Indonesia.
Or longer than 5 minutes.
And
this is our first action roguelike game, Grim Trials.
Grim Trial is a heavy metal action roguelite where you act.
Take it easy, Power Boss.
In this game, you use both melee and ranged weapons, craft various gears, and customize skill tree to make your own build.
As a unique point, we use banger music in Grim Trials, a heavy metal music. We collaborate with Sigmund, Indonesian metal band, so you can slay 7 simple bosses like a badass.
I mean, Calandros is a huge fan of it. It's got the storyline in Wuwa is amazing. The Laha Royce storyline was just out of this world. Some of the best writing I've seen.
To the world. He called himself the Ring Reaper.
Unfortunately not, Bags. It just feels like such a cheap way to build a game.
It felt like he knew I wouldn't refuse.
Who's that, Susanna?
Latin American games rarely stay inside a single genre. Our developers are constantly blending mechanics, styles, and ideas into something unique.
Hi, I'm Fabio, and I'm really excited to be here on behalf of Confinauts, an indie studio from Brazil.
I have,
to introduce
Sanchez,
you to our
I
next
have.
game. Let me set the scene.
You're
stranded and outnumbered in a post-apocalyptic world ruled by AI. Your only chance of survival is to find and recruit locals to build a guerrilla
situation
resistance
with
in a new uprising against the machines.
Faye
the catch is that the machines
in
are
God
among
of War,
you, and it's up to
the
you
new
to figure
one,
out who you can trust.
is weird.
This is Ghostless.
You know, at the end of the day, the IP is built around Kratos. And so people rightfully want to see Kratos. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Faye, but I think they could have called it something different.
I'm telling you, they look human now. I saw that thing.
I don't. Maybe there is, but not in this showcase.
It's your exclusive claim to the soul.
The department has confirmed. AI has turned against humanity.
But Tizano, I'm an insider. No, they could have just called it. I mean, what's the actual name of the new God of War game fully? God of War Flare? What is it called? Lao Fei. They could have. I would have just called it Lao Fei, a God of War story. However, it does look like, at least based on what we've seen, that the God of War Lao Fei is going to run along the same timeline as the first and second game. So where Kratos was incapacitated at some points, and where he actually saw Faye, it's gonna kind of fill those gaps, because you know there was times where he would turn around and tell Loki that, or Atreus, whatever name you want to give him, that he saw his mother, and so it's gonna fill in those gaps and give it from a different perspective between the first and second game. Hey, Talos. Have you guys seen the AI footage? That's been coming out for Lao Fei. Santa Monica's taken a very, very strict line towards that. So if you know streamers that, like content creators that are planning on using that video, don't. because they're issuing straight strikes and takedown stuff immediately on those. Gears of War, LMFAO. Damn. And Steve being done dirty over here by Reggie. I mean, here's the thing, right? What if the game actually turns out to be good? Fun to play. Has a interesting storyline. Is it impossible for that to happen? I mean, it does go back to the whole who asked for this game and who is it made for. But the IP is big enough to carry it, in my opinion. Man, the cube thing was just silly. That was just a play on Forspoken with Cuff.
Can't take it anymore. That's it for me. I'm going on vacation.
They did Woodpit.
That's final. But sir, who you
Man, that Destiny 2 backlash is crazy. The way Sony actually shadow banned the Destiny 3 emotes. If you actually posted it in the stream, it wouldn't show. Because people were spamming it. I mean, I'm going to be supporting the Destiny community on June the 9th. It is a Tuesday. I'll be live on PC with Destiny 2.
So Litany is a roguelike deck builder about making impossible combos, absurd synergies, and those big numbers that makes you feel like you've broken the game. In this dungeon, the gods are dead, and we only worship what we cannot burn.
Did that.
Many folks are trapped in this eternal cycle, trying to fight to
more
reach
likely,
a mysterious
more
doors
so
that
Pete
no one knows
Parsons.
what lies behind. And different from other dark fantasy games, Litany doesn't take itself too seriously. He added some fun and bizarre elements to this hopeless environment. Mechanically,
Pete was a
Litany is
criminal
all about
mastermind.
chasing dopamine. You open boosters, you stack modifiers, and you multiply effects until you reach those absurd combos that feels completely unintended to the game. It's a mix of what we love in roguelike deck builders with this hypnotic flow that is hard to put down. The demo for Litany released today on Steam, so please go play the game and share your feedback so we can craft the best game possible.
Banisher, it's because, you know, for how many years now? What, 20 years? Maybe
Dark
more?
Fantasy, roguelike deck
God of
builder,
War has always
shot
been
oregano.
Kratos.
And once he played, we were
To
completely
turn around
addicted
and
to the
try
game.
and say,
We
oh,
saw
but it's
much
not
potential
just
alongside
Kratos. No,
Stages of
it
Nightfall,
is
as
Kratos.
both games belong to the same
Kratos
genre,
is the
but
God of War.
different approaches. And when we
Right?
participate in some events,
Yes,
we
there
really
are other
realize
gods that can be the God of War.
Stages of
But
Nightfall is a
with
dungeon
that
crawler roguelike
specific
deck builder with
IP
elements
name,
of the hour-winning RPG,
When you say God of War, you
And now,
expect
we're
to use
releasing a new
Kratos.
demo with improved map design and many
And
community requests.
people aren't going to get
quest
that. And
events,
so
and dice
they're
rolls.
annoyed.
And remember, all the content will be available for you to play with your friends on tabletop. So
It was
play
a bit
Litany
like when
and
Metal Gear
Sigils of
Solid
Nightfall
2
and follow
dropped,
Two Edges
and
to see
everyone
what's
was
coming next.
expecting to use Snake. Even though we did see Pliskin running around, they didn't like the fact that you had to use Raiden.
Since the
at the
beginning of
beginning.
Lags, horror has been
People
one of the
warmed up to
defining
him
genres
eventually,
of our
but
showcases.
the
And
original
Latin
reception
American
wasn't great.
developers continue to create some of the most unique horror experiences in games today.
That's really what it is. It's not that it's a bad game. It's not that it's thing. It's just, I mean, imagine buying a Superman game, and Superman isn't there. Instead, they decide to put, I don't know, Superwoman or Batwoman or something like that. When you buy a specific game with a specific brand, you expect that to follow a certain trend, and they didn't do that. Bakshi is a very strong, independent woman. That is very true. But she's no Kratos.
I have sinned.
How long has it been since your last confession?
Susanna, that's why I said it should have been called Lao Fei, a God of War
What
story.
are your sins?
That's it. It's still got the God of War name in it to carry the title. It also, signals that it's in the God of War universe.
How did you
But
even
it's its
think
own
that
separate game called Lao Fei.
Saw it on TV, then in a dream, and I wanted to know what it felt like.
Do your parents know you did this?
No,
Does anyone?
no. Am I gonna go to hell?
Hey, Grayman, how's it going, buddy?
Maybe. If you don't grow out of it.
Animation looking kind of good for this. Don't let me down with no 8-bit graphics now. Don't do it. Don't you dare do it. Be a visual novel if you have to, but do not be and don't do it.
You don't know what you've done, Lily. Juliet, you can't do everything for everyone. You've been acting a bit off lately.
I goddamn knew it. Chibi! You know what? It's still not bad. The art style is kind of cool. I like it. I do like it. We're seeing gameplay, Susano. This actually looks really good. Do you know what? Moonlight Pale. I'm going to check them out on Kickstarter. And I might actually pledge for this one if it's not expensive. I support so much on Kickstarter, it's crazy. No, this is the Latin America Indie Game Showcase. I wasn't aware it started. Chat mentioned it. They wanted me to divert plans to this, and then we go back to the usual showing after. So we're just checking it out. That's tomorrow, Talos, and I will be streaming that here. I'm gonna go live about half an hour to an hour before the show starts, probably an hour before.
Hello, thank you for
So
installing this
if you're
Top
interested in
Explorer.
stopping by,
You'll be presenting
feel free to.
bosses around
And,
basic
you know, hopefully
computer
I'll see a
usage.
bunch of you there tomorrow.
Who knows what you might
It's gonna be a long stream.
Your goal is to find the password and unlock the next puzzle folder.
Thank you.
Be impressed. You'll do great. Just ignore the feeling of being watched. I love puzzles.
If they want to be the #1 gaming entertainment company, see, there's a difference. If they want to be the #1 gaming entertainment company, that's different to being a platform holder. And I think what they're saying there is that they want to be a third party. We'll listen to it in a bit, but that just reading that tells me that they want to be the biggest third party publisher out there. And if that's the case, good for them, and I hope it works out for them.
See you later.
Desktop Explorer, you know.
Owen. She was right. There is something dark in here. There are things here that shouldn't exist.
This job, it never gets easier, you know?
Hey, it's up, PS5
Sometimes you
Blows.
just get pushed to the ring. Emotionally, physically. Are you sure this is the path you want to follow?
We need to get out of here. Now!
It's okay. I know you can do it.
Richard, what have you done?
As our platform continues to grow, we've been looking
Nah,
for better ways to support and
Rockstar
stay
gonna show
connected
that on
with
their
our
own channel, man.
developers, creators, and community year-round. So today, we're excited to announce the Lags Club, a new Patreon initiative where we'll offer perks, access to opportunities, and community programs for players, creators, and developers alike. We'll soon be sharing more information.
I mean, you saw
about
just
this in the
with Forza
future, so
Horizon
stay
6,
tuned.
right?
But for now, more games.
It was a timed exclusive, and
From
Xbox
folklore
sales went
and
up by
mythology to
12%.
personal memories and
They sold
real-world
400
inspiration,
units
this
less
next
than
segment
PlayStation 5.
reflects the many voices and cultures
I know
that
PlayStation
make
5
our
took a
games
hit
special.
by 50%, but still, that's irrelevant. The fact is, they were almost on par with PS5, and that's just a timed exclusive. So it shows that there is, you know, if you make great games, it will sell the hardware. With exclusivity. You're not wrong, Talos. Banisher, no idea. Whoever said it was going to be on there is silly. Chat, I'm going to be right back. I seem to have cut myself and I'm bleeding quite badly, so I'll be back in a minute.
Warning, please be advised that the following game contains no glorification
What
or
did I
user
miss?
tags. It is a homage to Brazilian bootleg games and mods of the 2000s and Brazilian pop culture.
And now hold on to your bundas. You are going to Brazil, cacete.
You threw a party in heaven after saving the favela from hell.
Brazilian drug dealer before more. Demons from the apartment to LA Opera through the favela and now I have to sing for months.
Ronaldo.
Welcome back
The
to
monkey
Rio.
games.
Take a trip to Salvador.
Nah, they don't need a PlayStation. GTA is gonna advertise themselves. But when it comes to bundles, like official bundles with branding on the console, Sony's the one that's gonna do that. Xbox won't be able to do that.
Traveling to Brazil to save the mamadas from
Ronaldo.
Play go off with 200.
How's it going, Devastator?
Overstay with one shot to park.
PlayStation games get announced for Xbox this Sunday.
Level demo available now. You can lose that. For release September 16th, 2026 on Steam.
Yeah, that's not happening. That would be salt, but that's not happening. That is Jenny. Like, you can see the games that my kid plays on Roblox and other stuff. It's all like this, man. He will not play anything else. He just joins his friends and they play games like this. Well, not this. It's weird. I've tried to get him to play other games. He did play, what is it? Games like, Rocket League for a while. But not even that lasting. No,
Latin
it won't be.
America's gaming industry continues to grow
100%
at
it
an
won't be.
incredible pace, and the road ahead has never looked brighter. Let's take a look at some of the games arriving later this year and beyond.
Yeah, Susanna, what was the name of that game that was on Kickstarter? It was Moon something. I mean, he plays Roblox all day, man. Moonlight Pale. It has not met its target on Kickstarter. It's still got 27 days. but they've only made just under 2,000 of the 11,000 they need. Man, this looks like an acid trip. Using rollback netcode, which means this is available on Xbox One and PS4. Only on Steam. Shit. Oh my god. Yeah, you see, this is the type of game that my kid would love. I'm gonna check out that video if we have time today, Devastator. I want to see what's going on in that video. It's unlike him. If he's saying something's bad, it's got to be a bad take. If they get 47,000 USD, they make a console port. But for now, it's PC only. And do you know what, Susano? I've pledged my Kickstarter to it. So here is hoping that the game succeeds. I've done my part. I did like the look of the game. Yeah, this one can go away. But hey, it's Xbox console exclusive. Get in there, boys. What the hell is this? I mean, I get the demos available. What is it? Chat, what is it? Can't even see the full name. Hey man, he's more popular than I am, Banisher. Man, Gray, if the Helix gets pushed to 2028 and Microsoft continues their third-party approach, we may not even get a Helix. For the last 2 years, Microsoft did everything in their power to push people off the console and to PC. They have been actively doing that. Anyone saying that they haven't is being delusional. They have. they have been pushing people away from the console. And I think if they give it another 2 years, they'll completely push everyone away.
And while the future looks bright, there are already some amazing games available today.
Welcome to the worst shift imaginable. In retail hell, you're trapped inside Purgatory's only convenience store, serving terrifying customers while trying to survive the night. Stock
I can't
shelves,
see them
uncover
cancelling
secrets, and
Helix.
keep the horrors
I
at
just
bay.
can't see it.
Build fast, think faster.
But I can
and
see them
crush
changing what it
endless waves
is.
of robots in gears of glory.
Time will
This
tell, man.
explosive
It's all
mix of
you know,
tower
there's no point in
defense and
speculating about
high-speed
it.
action challenge you to defend your base while
Not until we
tearing
get,
through
not until
enemies
November
at
the
full
15th,
speed.
right? November the 15th is when we're going to get proper information about it.
In Vultures, Scavengers of Death, a tactical survival horror where you scavenge for resources, survive deadly encounters, and uncover the truth behind a world consumed
Okay, this looks
by
kind of good.
infection.
Out now on Steam,
The
Vultures.
Deadman
Alright,
hired
I'm
you to
gonna
solve his murder.
jot that
In the
down.
posthumous investigation, every suspect has secrets, schedules, and
I like
motives
that.
hiding
Vultures
beneath
look
the
good.
surface. Uncover the truth
You like
in
my
this
notepad, Wuthering
stunning
Waves?
hand-drawn noir
Yes.
mystery.
With my favorite waifu on there,
Fight through
Chun-Li.
hordes of enemies in Soul Quest, an action-packed adventure inspired by Celtic mythology.
Chat, apparently I
Harness the
bought
power
Final
of
Fantasy
Morrigan,
VII
Goddess
Rebirth
of
on
Death,
Switch
and
without
vow to reclaim the
realizing.
soul of your
I
beloved.
don't remember ordering it, but apparently I did. I now own it on every
In The
platform
Warrior,
except
nothing
Xbox. Should I
stays
buy
the
it on
same for
Xbox as
long.
well?
Every level transforms the gameplay.
I already
the
got it on
mechanics,
Steam,
and
PlayStation,
even
and now
who
the
you
Switch.
control.
I think I
Every
got it on
character
Switch
fights
because
to
of
become
the
protagonist
Magic of the
their own
Gathering
story.
cards
Uncover
that come
all
with
the
it.
secrets in
That's
this
the only thing I
wild
can think
platforming
of.
adventure today.
That's all for this year's Latin American Game Showcase Summer Game Fest edition. Huge thanks once again to all of our presenting sponsors, our media, broadcast, PR, and community partners.
I just
and
want to
of
burn
course,
this
Jeff
way.
Keighley, Emily Weir, and all the
What do you
Summer
mean?
Game Fest team for their continued support. Don't forget to wishlist your favorite games throughout our official Steam event. If you're continuing your Summer Game Fest weekend, make sure to tune in for even more showcases, starting with the Women-Led Games Showcase right after our event at 4 p.m. Pacific. And be sure to tune in for Summer Game Fest on June 5th live from LA at 2 p.m. Pacific. For the scouts and publishers watching, over half of the games showcased today are either self-published or open for publishing opportunities. So if any of these games caught your eye, reach out. We can help you connect. And finally, we're incredibly excited to announce that this December we'll return with something brand new. The very first LAX Game Awards, celebrating the best games from across Latin America. We'll have more information soon on our
Nice.
website and social channels. Thank you again for celebrating
I
Latin
actually
American
enjoyed
Game
this
with
for the
us.
most part.
See you next time. But
It was
before
nice
we go,
seeing,
as tradition demands, we have one more thing.
Oh, one more thing. Okay. That'll be good. Okay. This is already good. Don't disappoint me because the animation looks sick. Okay, I want to know what this is called because this is good as well. I like this is good. This is so cool. I actually missed that one. I wasn't paying attention. What is that Desktop Explorer game? I might rewind it just to have a look. I saw the title, but that's all I saw. Shade Protocol. Kickstarter as well. Nice. Alright, where was that? Let's see. I don't think I'm gonna find it. Oh, there it is. What the hell was this?
Too great. Just ignore the feeling of being watched. I love puzzles.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
This is getting pretty creepy.
That's some weird version of Clippy.
Thanks for using Desktop Explorer.
Nah, you're good. Let's have a look for Shade Protocol. A cyber nostalgic. Again, this one is only 8% funded. It is £15 and its estimated delivery is December 2028. Sheesh. $20. I am streaming tomorrow, 100%. What is he doing? What's going on? Do you know what? I think, right, that I should be compensated for that level of abuse. So, that level of abuse, I should be compensated. But here's the Hellraiser 2 latest story trailer. Let's check it out. And why is it starting off with porn?
How do you know you love Sunny?
When she's near, I feel this rush. I need her.
Sometimes the things we think we need are not all that good for us.
What, this one over here? I don't have a headache today.
She
so
belongs to the
light isn't bothering me as much.
What do you want from me?
Let us begin.
Kinda cool. The question is, do I go for the digital deluxe edition? Hey, they even do a physical for people that want it. It's £34, but if you want the physical edition of it, you can get one. I'm just going to pledge for the digital. It's good enough for me. I can say, though, outside of one game that I've pledged for, everything else has been delivered. One game was the only one that never turned up. Alright, so apparently, Asha Sharma says, my mandate is not. Well, let's just listen to what she says.
Do you have more breathing room when it comes to the financials?
Yeah, so my mandate is not 30% accountability margin. It's not enterprise software margins. It's to be the #1 gaming and entertainment company, and that's what we're going to go do. If you think about it, Microsoft has invested more aggressively than nearly anybody in this category over the last 6 years. We've bought Activision and ZeniMax. We've invested in our core platform. We've invested in hardware cycles. We invest in subsidies even when we're losing money because of memory and storage. And so we're long on gaming. We're long on Xbox. We'll keep investing, but we've got work to do.
Is it low? I'll put it maxed. I'll max it out.
Do you have more breathing room when it comes to the financials?
Yeah, so my mandate is not 30% accountability margin. It's not enterprise software margins. It's to be the #1 gaming and entertainment company, and that's what we're going to go do. If you think about it, Microsoft has invested more aggressively than nearly anybody in this category over the last 6 years. We've bought Activision and ZeniMax. We've invested in our core platform. We've invested in hardware cycles. We invest in subsidies even when we're losing money because of memory and storage. And so we're long on gaming. We're long on Xbox. We'll keep investing, but we've got work to do. You shared the numbers. We're not in a healthy spot. And so, next 100 days is going to be about resetting the business.
Do you have more breathing room when it comes to the financials?
There's a lot of information
so my
there,
mandate
right?
Is not 30% accountability
Listen to what
margin.
she's saying.
It's not.
So she's already said, I don't give a shit about what Amy Hood said and about the 30%. I don't care about that. That's got nothing to do with me. That's not the goals that we're going for. That's already just gone out the window. That's what she's saying there. That's not her mandate. She's not pushing that on the studios. That's no longer a thing. It was a thing. It's no longer a thing. Right?
Enterprise software margins is to be the #1 gaming and entertainment company, and that's what we're going to go do.
That's really interesting because being the #1 gaming entertainment company is very flexible. Does that mean that she wants Xbox to become the biggest third-party publisher out there, which is what it sounds like, or to be the biggest gaming platform out there? That's a double-ended statement right there, because it doesn't, it sounds more like a third-party publisher rather than a single platform publisher to me. But it's not specific enough to say one way or the other. But if I had to lean on one, and if I had to commit to one, I would say she's talking more third party. But there's a but, right?
If you think about it, Microsoft has invested more aggressively than nearly anybody in this category over the last 6 years. We've bought Activision and ZeniMax.
And that's true. You've got companies that have platforms that have invested in, Bungie, for example, which was a total waste. Sony have bought a number of studios hoping that they'd be really good for them, and they ended up shutting them down before they closed. But they've been buying these companies for peanuts. I mean, even Insomniac, which has probably been Sony's greatest purchase of all time, cost them something like 200 million, 250 million. It's crazy how cheap Insomniac was. But when it came to Microsoft, they've invested like $90 billion. It's eye-watering how much they've invested. And honestly, whether it's ZeniMax or Activision, Blizzard, ABK, they haven't seen a proper return on there. So they do want to see that, and they've invested. It's not like they're not trying to invest; they are. I just feel like they're doing the wrong things with that investment, but that's just my opinion.
Invested in our core platform, we've invested in hardware.
See, they've invested in their core platform, and they haven't. Maybe she is now, but for the past 2-3 years, it's as if the Xbox console didn't exist. When you have a marketing campaign that says this is an Xbox and everything is an Xbox, it means nothing is an Xbox. You're a third-party studio, right? To me, it sounds like she is going to stay multi-platform. I mean, it could be. Otherwise, she would have removed those games from. I mean, it doesn't take long to remove them, Talos. I agree. I've worked in a digital agency for 13 years. I've seen how quick people can turn shit around. A corporation as big as Microsoft, that ain't going to be difficult to do. Hey, Kage, how's it going? But let's continue listening.
Cycles, we invest in subsidies even when we're losing money because of memory and storage.
I mean, to be fair, the memory and storage is partly Microsoft's fault themselves, right? Microsoft, Nvidia, Google, they're all investing in AI, so you kind of created the problem. You can't cry about it now after creating the problem. So I have no sympathy for that one.
And so we're long on gaming, we're long on Xbox, we'll keep investing, but we've got work to do.
See, she says we're long on gaming, so they've got no intention of leaving the gaming industry. So that's a good thing, especially for the studios, right? They've got no intention of just shutting them down and having mass unemployment. They're long on Xbox, but Xbox is now a very vague term in terms of what it is. If you're specifically referring to the console, you would actually mention the console itself. And she's not doing that here. She's actually just saying Xbox, which means PC, xCloud, console. Like, it's covering the whole spectrum. So it's basically talking about the ecosystem. But considering they are still kind of embracing that this is an Xbox mentality, they could also be talking about Steam and Epic and PlayStation and Nintendo Switch, right? It needs to, I feel like they are vague on purpose, so they don't have to commit, which is a smart thing to do, but it also just shows me that the what's the word I'm looking for? The belief in their platform isn't fully there. They're not fully prepared to stand behind and say, this is our platform, this is this, and this is where we're going. I mean, I was watching a snippet of Alex's stream the other day. Not the other day, today actually. That Josh clipped and put on his channel. And there was talks about Xbox potentially removing games off Steam and putting them onto the Xbox store. And the first thing he said was, well, no one's going to buy a single game off the Xbox store. No one's going to do this. I mean, obviously he went into full Steam shield mode, Valve shield mode, but the sentiment that he has there is shared across a wide array of PC gamers. And, it's no secret that, if you want your game to succeed fully and have the best chance, it needs to be on Steam. And that's why we're now seeing reports where Steam has pretty much been blackballing publishers by saying if you have it cheaper on your storefront, you're not going to have it on ours. They have every right to say that, but as the market leader, they have so much power now. And that's why people say they have this kind of monopoly in play. It's not a monopoly, because at the end of the day, you've got other choices. but those choices are fake choices. They're not real. And, you know, going back to what Alex said, it kind of plays point. These people aren't prepared to buy anything that's not on Steam. And as weird as that sounds to me, they are literally all for exclusivity without realizing it. They want everything to be exclusive to Steam. Anyway, let's see what else she's got.
You shared the numbers. We're not in a healthy spot. And so, you know, next 100 days is going to be about resetting the business.
And I think that's the most important part of this conversation here that she said. You know, she's acknowledging that the numbers for Xbox aren't great. And we've seen that over the years, right? Over the last few years, you know, console sales have been dropping 33% almost every quarter. Outside of the bump that they had when Activision Blizzard came in, now it's kind of leveled off because they've combined the two businesses, and they're not really making any extra profit. They're not making any extra sales. And there's multiple reasons for this, but the biggest one is just they're making good enough games, but not great games. Avowed is a good game, but it's not a great game, right? Indiana Jones for me was a great game. I absolutely loved it. It didn't do as well as it could have. That could be due to the contract that it had with Disney, whatever it was. But I think that was a great game, and I think it sold really well. But there's so many other games that kind of just hit that mid-level that don't really skyrocket, and they need to start releasing more of these great games. But then you have Game Pass in play, and Game Pass needs those games. And so Forza Motorsport, for example, is a prime example of a game that needed more time. And, you know, credit to Xbox, they've learned from Forza Motorsport. They've seen that Forza Motorsport was rushed out of the door. I know at the time you guys were hounding me for this point of view, but clearly it's proven that it is true. They forced it out of the door to make sure that they hit a quota for Game Pass, and it flopped really hard to the point where Turn 10 just is no longer a Turn 10 anymore. But now you're seeing other games, if they need the time, like Starfield needed it, like Fable needs it, they are giving them the extra time they need. They can say all they want that it's a crowded window. The game just isn't ready, so they pushed it. Even Avowed, it launched in the state that it did, but had it launched at an earlier time, can you imagine the state it would have been in at the time if it actually lived up, released on its actual release date? So it's clear that they've learned a big lesson from Forza Motorsport. But the one thing that she said here, which is going to be very, very interesting as we see what's going to happen to Xbox, it's clear that this showcase now has come forth, and it's already past the point where she can make any real impact on it. Sure, she could have removed the logos and stuff like that. I still feel that that was a miss, and she could have done that. It's the 25th anniversary, after all. They need to make big on this, right? It's a big milestone. 25 years is massive. But 100 days will lead up to, give or take, close to November, right? And that is when Helix is coming along, and that's when they're going to have their big power play. Not the actual console release, but that is when they're going to showcase what it is. November the 15th is when we're going to hear about Helix. They're going to do that on the anniversary of Xbox, the full anniversary. So I think going forward, she's clearly set herself now 100 days, and people are going to be waiting and watching what happens within those 100 days and what's going to happen after those 100 days, because basically what she said here is our strategy right now is still in the works. We are still working out what it is we're doing. We're still working out which direction we're going. It could be exclusive, it could be multi-platform, it could be platform agnostic, whatever it is, right? They're still trying to work out what the best direction is, or at least she is, based on all the information that she's being given.
TBF Microsoft has shut down and cancelled far less than Sony has. Sony seems to shut down studios or cancel games every few months XD.
How many times did you guys hear that? Because I heard that like 5 times. But thank you very much for the 5 Canadian Devastator. To be fair, Microsoft has shut down and cancelled far less than Sony has. Sony seems to shut down studios or cancel games every few months. 100%, right? You know, it's they're closing down the fat that they don't need that's hemorrhaging. One thing I hope that you know, one thing I really hope that they don't shut down is Double Fine. Now, Double Fine is a company that doesn't really make the best games, right? They've made Keeper recently, they've made Kiln recently, and these are really fun games that fit into Game Pass and do really well. And they're small games, but they're fun to play and they're nice filler games. However, the thing I like about Double Fine that no other studio really is doing right now is that they're willing to make games outside of the expected standard, and some of them will hit, some of them won't. I think Keeper was a great game, really fun to play, really short but really good. But they have that mandate where they can just make whatever they imagine, and sometimes I wonder what the team over at Double Fine are doing in terms of their overall LSD intake, coming up with some of these ideas. But it's great because they're not just sticking to a rigid formula like most studios are. Like on Tuesday, some of you are complaining about how PlayStation games just follow that set format: over the shoulder, walking simulator, dad simulator, whatever it was. And that's what works for them. And Sony right now is not prepared to go outside of that norm. They are, branching out here and there. You've got Saros and whatnot. But the reality is, back when Japan Studios was around and they were creating, completely crazy looking games, you don't get that anymore because they can't take that risk. And that's why studios like Double Fine need to be protected and cherished. And so hopefully Microsoft maintains that, because those studios are needed more today than ever in a increasing market of just stale, rinse and repeat games. We need that. But her 100 days is telling you that our strategy by that point, whether it's going to be multi-platform or, we're returning to exclusives, is going to be defined then. However, it's still going to beg the question, what is going to happen with Gears E-Day on June the 7th? I have an inkling that they're probably going to make that a 1-year exclusive. And the data that they're going to get from that is going to be very telling to them on what they want to do with it. But that's just my thoughts on it. Catch up with chat. Again, Devastator, thank you for that 5. I'm sure she's stressed about the showcase. She is, but I think most of the showcase was already planned before she came in. Because don't forget, these stuff with the showcases are done like 6 months in advance, right? The work for them starts quite early to get everything ready and in place and all sorted. It takes a lot of logistics getting studios to come together, third party, first party. It's not just click your fingers and it's done. Would read The 33 Strangest War, as it hits the most of my views on how I already thought the business prior reading it. In my opinion, Kiln and Keeper are like AI generated games. I wouldn't say that. I don't think they are. There's a lot of human creative touch in these games. So I wouldn't say that. I think that's a bad take. Double Fine seems to be doing well. Their games aren't selling well, right? I'm not sure if they're making profit or not, but they're not selling well. But I'm hoping that the fact that they're Kage. I'm hoping that the success that it brings and the good PR that it brings is good enough. But yeah, I think that's where we're at right now with this. I mean, I think she's been very transparent that she wants Xbox to be the biggest gaming entertainment. That basically leaves it open to being a platform or a third party. It does sound third party at present. Um, she has openly said that the numbers at Xbox aren't great, and it's something we already know. People can turn around and say that they're doing amazing all they want, but the reality is they're not doing as great as they can, and that could be attributed to a number of reasons. That this is an Xbox campaign, the 4 games, the multi-platform approach, the disillusion of the brand, the lack of trust people have in the company and the brand overall. There's a lot of reasons. The fact that they've pushed for the last 2, maybe 3 years people onto PC away from Xbox. Don't forget when every time they push a consumer away from Xbox, they're losing 30%. At least guaranteed they're losing 30%. Because that person that's going now to PC isn't going to be using the PC Xbox set for the most part. They're going to be using Steam. So instead of getting 100% of the sales, now they're getting 70%. And if it's a third party game, they get 0%. They're losing that 30% as well. So, this shift where they've pushed people to PC has hurt them a lot, but they're also now fully invested in PC, so they can't back out of PC. So they're probably going to have to decide which way they want to go. Are they going to stay with Steam, or are they going to want to push the Xbox store more? There's also no guarantee that Helix is going to have Steam, right? Everyone thinks it will, but there's no guarantee it will. The only one we know that's going to be on there for sure is Epic Game Store. That's it. Steam has never once been mentioned. And if it doesn't have Steam, well, Helix has a lot of work to do because it misses a lot of games when it comes to its Xbox PC store. So they need to work on that heavily as well. They need to fix that and make sure the games are released on there. Every game. Every big game that comes along, every AA game that comes along, whether it's Trails of the First Chapter, Yee's games, whatever it is, they need to be on there, and they need to be working with these studios to make sure that the PC Xbox store is as attractive as anything else. Maybe they need to loosen up some of their modding restrictions as well, because right now everything's encrypted. The next 100 days are going to be very interesting, in my opinion, and it's going to be very telling. And by November the 15th, I think we're going to have the right picture for what Xbox is going to be. So, yeah, take that as you will. I think I'm going to release that segment as a video. I think I will. I'll cut that and release it. That was a good monologue. But Devastated, this is the point. As long as that mentality exists, what you're saying is Steam has a monopoly. People are saying they don't, but that mentality right there is why they have Steam is so powerful and can do what it wants. And it can bully anyone it wants. And they do bully people. Probably should add, but there isn't a real point given. I'm not going. I used to work in the games industry, Susano, but I wouldn't call myself a game dev anymore. Why is Xbox as a whole so dumb? It's not that they're dumb, Reichi. It's more they're chasing quick wins. They're chasing short term gains, and in the short term they are gaining a bit of money, but the long term damage that they're doing, they're not caring about. And it looks like Asha Sharma is seeing the long term damage that's been in place, that's been put upon them, and now she's trying to fix that long term damage. The problem is she can't click her fingers and change things overnight. However, she should have known better with the logos, right? She should have known better. Secondly, to turn around and respond and say she was wrong and take the L, that, in my opinion, was totally the wrong approach. She should not have said anything at all. She should have just left it and, whatever. It's done. Matt Booty has come out and made the statement. It's done. By turning round and saying that statement, it made her look weak. It made her look reactionary. And that's not what you want from a CEO. That's not what you want from someone who, many are relying on or hoping will turn Xbox's fortunes around. If she's going to be reactionary to everything, well, that means anyone can persuade her to do anything you want. And that's not the image you want. And that's why, in my opinion, her making that statement, like I said in my video, was wrong. She could have made a more powerful statement by announcing, a game that's first party with a longer term exclusivity on the showcase. That way, you can easily spin that by saying, yes, we're showing the logos, but if we don't show the competition's logos, it means that game is exclusive. And that's it. That's all you need to know. And that would change the story. That would change the narrative in her favor while she does more. I mean, don't forget, she's only been there for what? 70 days? 80 days? It's not been long that she's there. So there's still limitations on what she can and cannot do in that short amount of time. She's, it takes a while. Because do you think Indiana Jones should have have an option to play first or third person view instead of full? I think so, Byron. I think in this day and age, I think you should have a choice. But if it's going to impact the overall gameplay, then I think they should just make a choice. So I think it depends on a game by game basis. That's why I said, Kage, I think it does need work. There's no denying that it needs work. It needs work because not all games are on there. At the same time, you've got what's the other software that they have that I never ever use? Blizz.net? Is that what it was? The one that you use for World of Warcraft and Diablo and Call of Duty. You've got games on there that aren't on Game Pass PC, right? Xbox PC. What they need to do is take those two launchers, all their launchers that they have, and they need to put them into one and make it one. Hell, Diablo 4 on PC doesn't have Xbox achievements. Right? There's a Call of Duty that's only available on Blizz.net that's not available on the Xbox PC store. You can't get it on the Xbox PC store, but you can on Steam. So, it's all over the place at the moment with Xbox PC. And the number of games that just skip Xbox PC is silly. But they need to fix that. And they need to fix that before Helix launches. Otherwise, if Steam isn't on there, and I've spoken to a number of people on social media, and I know social media is just a bubble, whatever people want to say, but I've asked them plain, and I'm going to ask you guys the exact same question, because each of them said no. I said to them, if Steam is not available on Helix, and all you have is the Xbox PC store and the Epic Game Store, would you buy a Helix over building a PC? And they said, no. If it doesn't have Steam, they're not prepared to buy Helix. Are you guys prepared to buy the Helix if Steam is not on there? You've got no way of putting it on there. You can't sideload it. It's physically a closed Windows system. You can't get Steam on there. Are you still willing to pay £1,000, £1,200, whatever it's going to cost? 800. I'm going to put a window of 800 to 1,200. Are you willing to pay that for a platform, for a PC platform that can play Series X games, PC games, but it doesn't have access to Steam? Okay, so you can clearly see, at least from the 4 that have responded, the Xbox brand is not enough for them. Because they've already left the Xbox ecosystem and they're kind of done with it, because Microsoft has pushed them away from the Xbox console, and they've got better service elsewhere, and so they've gone that way. You see what I'm saying? Why exclusivity matters, keeping people in your ecosystem matters, and why Microsoft needs to do a lot of work when it comes to their store. They need to do better. Then they're nowhere near up to par with the Xbox Store. In terms of functionality, it's fine, but it's the support where it's lacking, and that's where it needs to improve. I know, but Epic misses a lot of games as well. Like a lot of games. There's a lot of games that just don't go to Epic. I mean, just look at this showcase that we had. 99% of it was Steam only. Epic wasn't even mentioned. And sure, those games are indie games, but you'll see a lot of stuff that just ignore Epic. And so that's what I'm seeing more is people are excited for Xbox Helix, not because it's Xbox. People are excited for Xbox Helix because Steam. Now tell me that there isn't something wrong with that. Tell me that you guys don't see a problem there. That people are more excited about Xbox Helix because of Steam rather than Xbox. Right? And that's the image that Microsoft needs to change. That's the image that Microsoft needs to fix. Whether they will or not is another matter, but that's what they need to fix. Bloody midnight. Who the hell's messaging me at this time? What? I don't care. My phone just died as they messaged. Oh well. Hey, Bold, how's it going? There you go. You guys wanted someone bold. It's in the name. Bingo bags. There you go. There you go. That's what it boils down to. That's what it boils down to. I mean, with Helix, they're gonna have to remove the paywall, Byron, because you can play games on PC, Xbox app that doesn't need a paywall. So, I mean, they can't charge you on there. They can charge you for the Series X version of games that only are released on Series X that aren't play anywhere. But if there's a PC version of it available and you buy the PC version, you bypass that requirement entirely. And well, if you've got Game Pass, then that defeats the purpose. That defeats it anyway because you auto get it. You know? Wait, was that bald you, Susano? Interesting. Look, clearly Alex is bolder than me. But you get you get what I'm coming from, right? So I think it's going to be interesting to see what she does over the next 100 days. She's basically asked for a little, almost 4 months. So you got June, July, August, September. Xbox have done it to themselves. That's what I said earlier, right? Xbox did do it to themselves. They were chasing short-term profits while damaging long-term things. And Asher is seeing that, and what she's saying there, to my understanding, is that she wants to fix that. Whether it's too late or not is a different matter. If it is too late, it is too late. And over the next 100 days, she's going to come to that conclusion. By by the end of September, she'll have her answer. And then October, they will work out what everything is and get all the PR statements ready, because it's going to take at least a month to go through legal and everything like that to get everything, drafted and revisions and all of this crap that they need to go through. It's a lot of work, and pointless work, but it is there for a reason. And then come November the 15th, everyone and the world will know what Microsoft's strategy is going forward. And that's really it. That's where we are right now. But, kudos to her for having an interview and being candid and letting out what it is. It is what it is. I never owned a PS3 and didn't get a PS4 Pro until the PS5 was already out, and I bought my mates off him. Now I don't even use my Xbox. I mean, if you have a PC, realistically, you have no reason to use an Xbox. The only reason I use my Xbox because there's a bunch of games I buy on there that are only on Xbox. They're not like AAA games. They're more like indie games or AA games, like shooters and stuff like that, bullet hell games and things like that. But they're not play anywhere. Like I bought a bunch of like indie RPGs. They're not play anywhere. I will use my Xbox to play them. But when it comes to the other games that are already on there, you can play. If your PC is more powerful, you get a better experience on PC because it's available on your PC day and date. However, here's the thing, Gorsty. If they stopped releasing the games day and date on PC and said, right, we're releasing it on Xbox first, and, PC will get them 6 months to a year later, you may then be inclined to start using your Xbox because that's the only way you can play it. That's the power of exclusivity. It's really that simple. It is Satya's fault, 100%. I mean, you say that, right, Raichi? You say that, right? You say that, but in the UK, which is one of the smaller markets for Xbox, considering Xbox, as I found out recently, I'm not the only one that Microsoft ignores for codes or events or anything. Apparently, anyone that's generally in Europe, Microsoft has basically turned their back on in terms of creators. I found a thread that was made and loads of creators in there, including people like Jamie Moran, have basically seen absolutely nothing. Where I thought it was a little bit personal because I constantly call Xbox out for things they do wrong. Apparently, they've just completely and utterly abandoned Europe entirely. They don't want to work with any creators or anything. And if they do, it's with the bigger channels only. The smaller ones, they just couldn't care less about. But in the UK, PS5 sales fell 50% in May. That's no surprising, considering the consoles went up, by a large amount. It only outsold the Xbox Series X by 400 units, which is not a lot, right? Even if they did go down by 50%. And the Xbox itself saw a rise in 12% in unit sales. It was helped by console exclusive Forza Horizon 6. That's that's already telling you that if you have the right game, if you have the right product and the exclusivity, and the game is, hyped and wanted, it can shift consoles. This was just one game out, that they've decided to do this with, and it already sort of rising 12%. Now, obviously, 12% in reality could mean anything, right? It could mean 12 units, it could mean 1,200 units. I don't know. But the point I'm making is it saw a rise. So if they really want to go down this path, sure, in the short term, it will cost them a bit. But the long term gains could change the playing field. It's just a matter of if they want to go down that route or not. You don't as well in Australia? Yeah, only America gets it, Grey Manad. I've noticed only Americans. If you're in America, you get it. If you're not in America, you get nothing. I mean, you can't even contact these people. I've reached out to multiple community managers. They don't even respond to emails. It's crazy. People want Xbox there and can't get them because I mean, there's I saw people in Japan moaning that they couldn't get Xboxes because when Forza Horizon 6 was released, when it was coming out, they were trying to buy an Xbox console because they, I guess, didn't have a PC and it wasn't coming to PlayStation, and they couldn't buy one because they couldn't find it. It's silly. I will in just a sec, Devastator. Has anyone seen this from Marathon? This is hilarious. If you haven't heard what's happening here, week. And so Bungie is doing their best and Sony's doing their best to get more people into playing Marathon. And so you've got the standard edition, which is now available as a trial to play before you have to buy it, right? You've got 1 week of a trial. But then they sold the deluxe edition as well, which they discounted from $20 to $14. As you can see here, in the standard edition, you get Marathon and the 6 runner shells. In the deluxe edition, you get Marathon, 6 runner shells, and these bits here. But this is where it gets funny. Because they discounted the deluxe edition by $6, they actually removed Marathon base game from the deluxe edition. So those people that actually bought the deluxe edition, they didn't get Marathon. They got the premium rewards, the 200 silk, the weapon cosmetics, and the runner cosmetics. And instead of Sony turning around and saying, look, guys, okay, you know what? That was kind of a bit shitty what we did. We're going to honor your purchase. We know that it's $6 less. It was bad. That was bad from us. They said, nah, we'll offer you a full refund. Instead of saying, hey guys, it's discounted by $6, but we're happy you're buying the game and want to play it. Instead, they turned around and said, no, you know what? We're not going to give you the game because we discounted it for $6. You're not getting the game. No, they've provided an official link to get refunds. For anyone that purchased Marathon Deluxe Edition at the reduced $14 rate after adding the trial, you'll need to attempt to request a refund. Seems like they added a description and now states Deluxe Edition purchases during Open Play Week only gives you the add-ons, not the game. So after the 1 week trial is over, the price is going to go back up to $20 and they're going to put the game back into the Deluxe Edition. I mean, it's so stupid. I mean, there is that, Gorsty, but come on, how stupid can you be? You're literally turning around and crying that Marathon has no support. People aren't playing it. So the one time people are actually rushing to it, it's a new season. People are trying it and then they want to pick it up at the reduced rate so they can continue playing after the week is over. And you're going to turn around and pull a shit move like this? It's almost like Sony wants it to die. It's almost like Sony wants this to die. It's unbelievable how stupid this company can be at times. Like, is $6 really worth the bad PR you're going to get from this? Sure, it can add up if they sell like 1 million copies, but come on, you're making $14 that you wouldn't have made on each unit. That's there now. This, like, it completely baffles me. Why? This is exclusively on Sony, not Bungie. I think this is on. I don't know who it's on. I mean, the Destiny, Bungie White Knights are going to be everywhere, obviously. Steam's page for the game clearly describes that you're buying the upgrade won't get you Marathon. Okay, fair enough. Then it is Sony. But if you actually, but if the free trial wasn't there, you get Marathon for $20. Come on, man. Amazon Game Studios, new statement on Bond games. If you liked the way Bond was before, Amazon MGM holds the rights to any future James Bond video games, but it's still too early to discuss future projects. We have a great relationship with 101 and are proud of what we've accomplished together on 007 First Light. Now, they were also quoted in saying that at the time when they acquired the rights to the Bond games, 101 had the rights to make the game, and so they couldn't basically stop it, which clearly they wanted to. However, they are happy with the way the game has performed, but it does mean that future James Bond games might not follow the Hitman principle, the Hitman kind of method of gaming. And it may go back to the traditional style of Bond games that were released, many moons ago. So it'll be interesting to see how Amazon screws this one over. Right? Horizon Steel Frontiers, the MMO, is set to release in 2027 for anyone that's interested. So next year for the Horizon MMO. And the last bit of news that I believe I have for today, before we check out the reactions video, is Devolver Digital. They are not going to be present anywhere. They said they still need time for a couple of games that need to cook a bit longer, so they'll be doing their showcase in December. Division just needs to be cross-platform, man. Yes, the one that you're talking about is Hunter Gatherings, I think it's called. That's like the Monster Hunter one. This is the MMO. I don't know how it's really going to work or what it's going to be. But this is, it looks like, where they're putting all their eggs in one basket. They're kind of like I think they're killing Destiny 2 and abandoning Destiny 3 for this. I think this is where they are hoping. This is the one they're hoping is going to bring them a lot of money. It looks like Sony have officially lost hope in the Destiny franchise, and I think that's a shame because there's still a lot that can be done with Thing. All right, let's check the other stuff. Yes, we actually did just go over that, Bruno. I'm gonna cut that segment out and put it as a YouTube video for everyone to watch afterwards if you missed it, or you can rewind to where I went over, almost clip by clip of what she was saying. I mean, on Tuesday, I've already installed the game on PC to back up the numbers for, with the Steam numbers. I'm going to be there on Tuesday. And if there's no news, my Tuesday stream on this channel could be just me running around and doing stuff on Destiny to just show solidarity with the Destiny community. I think Destiny deserves better. And now that the prick Pete Parsons is gone and the people that actually was destroying Bungie from within are no longer there, I personally would like to see a Destiny 3. But that's me. I mean, we'll see what happens on Tuesday, but it probably won't amount to anything. But at least I can say I supported the cause. I mean, Sony want an MMO that's theirs. This could be the one that, kicks off a really good MMO. I mean, Xbox has Elder Scrolls Online. Horizon, if they do it well and if they have a compelling story, it could work. An MMO could work where you go and have crazy boss battles against giant machines with a squad of 8 people or 10 people or even more. It really depends what this MMO is going to be. At the end of the day, until we see it running and see what it is, it's going to be very difficult. But it could turn out to be an amazing MMO experience, or it could just turn out like the rest of the hopeful MMOs that come out and die within 6 months. Time will tell. I mean, I personally just don't like to write games off immediately just because of the thing. Hunter Gatherings is trying to break into obviously the Monster Hunter category. Good luck to them with that one, because there's been plenty of games that have tried that. Plenty, whether it's gone down the anime route, gone down the more serious route, they've all failed. No one's going to compete with Monster Hunter until Monster Hunter screws themselves over. And they did a good job with that with Wilds, so if there's ever a time for someone to try and step in, now would probably be it, with how much flack they took from Wilds. But I still don't see Monster Hunter losing, that category. It's theirs, and it's theirs to lose. And I don't think Wilds did enough to push people that far away. I mean, performance on Wilds was terrible, right? For the longest time. Reactions. All right, chat. I've got time for one video, so I'm gonna give you guys the choice. You got Dreamcast guy with another trash PlayStation State of Play. My honest reaction. Xbox Camp is something different. Gameplay erased concerns by Reforge for Wolverine. It's his Marvel's Wolverine's gameplay just earned all my concern, just erased all my concerns. And then you got from Reforge again, God of War Laufey is exactly what I wanted. So which one? Praising God of War Laufey, praising Wolverine, or asking the question, another trash PlayStation State of Play?
Hey there, gamers.
Okay, we'll go with that one. Where is it? $5, Cesano? I'll buy it for that price. See, this is what I'm talking about, man. If I see games for that price, I'm buying it. And that I've been doing that a lot lately, right? I've been doing that a lot. I know I'm not going to get to playing them for a long time, but at $5, you can't go wrong, man. You cannot go wrong. Am I the only one in this stream that actually enjoyed the Saber? I mean, did you not see my reaction to Stuntman when Knight Rider came on and then the DeLorean came on? I mean, okay, it was tugging at my childhood memories, but still, I haven't been that excited for a game in a long time. I was a little disappointed. It's Stuntman. I kind of wanted it to be a Knight Rider game or maybe a whatever it was, but I still that excitement is what I want in video games, man. All right. Hopefully we can still get audio. Let's have a look.
Troopcast guy here. Today we're talking about that PlayStation State of Play that just ended for June 2nd, the one that everybody expected to be the big one. They were literally selling movie tickets. You could watch this at an Alamo Draft House. And it was about an hour and 20 minutes. It did have about 80% of the entire presentation was gameplay, not just like developer interviews or cutscenes. It was real gameplay. But a lot of people are saying it was the worst State of Play of all time. Pretty much.
Okay, I just don't... Look, you can call me whatever you want, right? You can call me a ponybot, you can call me a pony, you can call me an Xbot, whatever you want to do. I just don't... I've seen this as well on social media. I just don't agree that this was the worst PlayStation showcase of all time. I've seen it on social media by, Xbox fan. I mean, there was one Xbox fan called Shane. Maybe some of you have seen him on social media. He literally turned around and said that this was the worst PlayStation showcase he's seen in over 5 years. That's crazy. Crazy. It's like he didn't see the last few state of plays that were absolutely garbage. And he's going to turn around and say that this was the worst one. I mean, I get, the whole fanboying and whatnot, right? But the guy's calling me a fanboy and a toxic fanboy, and then he's going to come out with some rubbish like that? Come on. Come on. Let's be fair here. There's no way that this was the worst state of play in the last 5 years. I mean, I can understand that, Ghosty, but would you turn around and say that for the last 5 years or more, that this state of play was worse than all of those state of plays?
Everybody is saying that. And I want to sort of break down the games that I thought did look good, the stuff that I do think looked bad, because I think I enjoyed this more than I hated it, but the downsides were very down.
And just to confirm, another Xbox fan that I spoke to turned around and told me his criteria for, he said, I only look at first-party games for Sony, and they only had 2, so because of that, it was a crap showcase. And for Xbox, he turned around and said, my criteria is first-party games on Xbox and third-party games that are on Game Pass. Any game that I have to pay money for doesn't count because that's not in my interest. Only games that are on Game Pass will be judged. That's a special outlook right there. Yeah, I'm not joking, by the way. That was literally their criteria. That was that liberal gamer guy. That is their category for it. If he has to pay for the game that's showcased at Microsoft's showcase, that doesn't count towards his rating on how good the game is. Only games that appear on Game Pass that will essentially be free but via the subscription are the games that count towards his verdict.
Get into it. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. We're getting really close to like 250,000 subscribers, but it just ended. Instantly, every reply, dog crap, dog crap, dog crap. Oh, wow. Where's anything actually fun? D+ at best. Well, that was pretty mid. So it's just everything bad, bad, bad. Only good game was Wolverine. Yeah. So let's get into what they did. I want to go through this in the order that they revealed it. I think that I am both very won over by Wolverine, but I'm also still slightly confused by it. Now, obviously, the new Marvel's Wolverine game, this is by Insomniac, the people that made Spider-Man. And it feels like they're very much trying to say, hey, this isn't just Spider-Man with claws. It's definitely a lot more bloody. There isn't any dismemberment, at least in these trailers so far, but it sounds like the whole point of it is that this is during an era when there isn't a lot of mutants worldwide. In fact, at this point, there's so few mutants that the world doesn't even know about them, and the ones that are found are typically rounded up and now hidden by the government. So there's a bunch of people that are trying to basically get evac. The government has rounded up a bunch of these mutants, and now Wolverine and a couple other mutants are trying to set them free, including Jean Grey. Now, the combat does look fun. The traversal does look a bit goofy. Not just when he's like driving around on like freaking motorcycles and stuff, but even when he's swinging through trees and stuff, it just looks a little bit funky. Something about like action run Wolverine just looks kind of funny. It does kind of look more like Spider-Man than I kind of hoped. I also do think that as great as these characters look, I think the story is going to be really 10 out of 10. It just seems weird to be playing like a Wolverine game with like a health bar where as soon as he gets hit, he's instantly growing it back. I still feel like I kind of want to play it for myself because as fun as I think it's going to be, I think it just really isn't going to match the heights of Spider-Man, at least for me, right? Now, next up, they showed this new game.
Honestly, I agree with that. I mean, it's going to be a good game, but I don't think it's going to be as good, or it's not going to be as big as Spider-Man. In my opinion, Spider-Man is just a bigger, IP, and it just appeals to more people. Deadpool, I think he Wolverine. Turn the HUD off. Oh right. No, Banisher, he's not saying that Wolverine is going to be a bad game. He's saying it's not going to be as big as Spider-Man. And I kind of agree with that.
Called Ill. Looks like a cool shooter game. Honestly, looked pretty gory, looked pretty good. Let's get into this one, right? Okay, so here's one that while I was watching the live stream, a lot of people were hating on it. Now, I'm a big Silent Hill fan. The new Silent Hill game, Townfall, coming out September 24th. A lot of these games are, for some reason, all coming out on September 24th. I don't know why, but Silent Hill Townfall is the next Silent Hill. And this trailer did not really show a lot. It is complete.
I do agree, Devastator. It did look horrible. I don't understand why, but it just seems to be... it just seems to be the Western way. They don't like you doing... And if you mention this to someone like Nibs, it's going to call you an incel for wanting attractive characters. But I don't understand why having someone that is attractive, that's going to appeal to a certain audience, that's going to probably make them want to buy the game, is a bad thing. But it is what it is. I mean, people weren't complaining about Leon, right? Did you see the way the girls were simping over Leon Kennedy? Literally saying that they would basically give themselves and spread their legs anytime, any place, anywhere he wanted. But they're perfectly okay with that one. But for a guy to say that or feel like that to an attractive woman in a game, it's completely taboo. It's a bit retarded.
Completely first person. It does play place during the 90s. I'm open-minded to this game. I feel like I've seen a lot of Silent Hills do different stuff that I appreciated. They did show quite a bit of gameplay, and it does seem like it's just going to be hide and seek. It does seem like, for the most part, it's going to be lots of monsters trying to hunt you down, and you're literally just trying to like hide in cupboards and stuff. And I don't know, hide and seek is not exactly a genre that I like a lot in my horror games. I like having like save one bullet horror, where at least I have some ammo, some health, something to kind of fight back in a limited capacity before I have to run. But not being able to fight at all. Oh my god. These Silent Hill games keep coming. I'm still too scared to play Silent Hill 2. All these September and October games back to back. So this is interesting. People are saying September going to be Destroy My Wallet with Don Walker, Wolverine, Phantom Blade, Onimusha, and everything all on top. Onimusha also got a very big trailer. Now, I was hoping a bit to...
See, here's the thing, right? All these companies releasing their game in September are stupid. They're absolutely stupid because no one is going to buy all those games. I mean, there might be a few, but no one realistically in mass numbers is going to buy 10 games in September. They're just not going to do that. Right? That's like, if they're all $70, that's 700 quid. No one's going to do that in 1 month for video games. They're just not going to do that. Right? It's so dumb. If you haven't seen the list of games in September, let me just pull it up for you. I've actually got it saved somewhere. One sec. I've actually got it saved. It's ridiculous, right? Did I have it saved or did I get rid of it? I think I might have gotten rid of it. Which is a shame because I wouldn't have thought I'd do that. But oh no, I didn't. Okay, here we go. We'll go back to the video in just a sec. This isn't everything that's releasing in September, by the way. This is just some of the games releasing in September. There are at least around 10 games that aren't on this list that I know of. Right? That's it. That's just stupid. Now, obviously, not all of these are going to appeal to everyone, and that's fair. But come on, man. I'm interested in Halloween. I'm interested in Phantom Blade Zero. I'm interested in Wolverine. Trails in the Sky second chapter, which means I really need to get my ass into gear and finish first chapter that I bought. But that's a game I'm interested in, right? So that's 4 already. Not sure about June Awakening. That could probably wait. Control Resonant is one I'm interested in. Silent Hill Townfall is another one I'm interested in. Onimusha Way of the Sword I'm interested in. That's 7 games in this list. And there are at least 10 I know of that aren't in this list, including something like FIFA. Right? It's silly that all these companies have decided to release it in September. They're cannibalizing themselves. It's June. Oh, yeah, right. June Awakening's on a Game Pass, so that can wait for a couple of months. But they're cannibalizing themselves, right? But even being on Game Pass, right? You want day one people to jump into the game. Are they going to jump into that game day one? Is it going to have that kind of response that it wants? It's stacked against it with all these games coming out. Like, why would you release all these games in 1 month? And it's all because of Grand Theft Auto 6. Entirely because of one game. The one game that has literally plagued the gaming industry at this point.
To be honest, to see something from a different Capcom game. I was hoping to see, I don't know, Resident Evil remakes, some sort of thing like Code Veronica remake, or the remake of possibly Resident Evil 0 that's rumored, or I don't know, some Resident Evil 9 Requiem DLC. But I'll definitely take this. So, Onimusha Way of the Sword coming out September 25th. Wild that we're getting 2 giant budget Capcom games in the same year. It looks fantastic. They also are shadow dropping a demo. I've got that installing right now. I'm going to be doing a video about that demo in a bit. I think this looks very, very good. It looks more than just Dark Souls-y. It does definitely seem to have a very heavy combat system, lots of parrying, lots of very heavy.
That's a point. I just want to add going forward on my channel, this channel here, I'm going to be doing a lot more impression videos on games that I play, and if I finish them, if I do a review of a game, it will be that I have to finish the game before I do a review. But you'll be seeing a lot more of that content on this channel. I know the algorithm doesn't push that content because it's not really done a lot on my channel, but it is something that I'm going to start doing a lot more. And hopefully you guys can click on the videos to help the algorithm and support in that way, so it can start to push it out to more people. I'd appreciate that.
Hits by the enemies. I think it's interesting they're trying to change up the dynamic, obviously the character and the timeline so much of Onimusha, but I'm curious to play for myself. I'm super excited to play the demo because this looks very 10 out of 10. This for me is maybe the trailer of the show that surprised me the most, that maybe just instantly want to play it more than anything else. Phantom Blade also got a very long trailer. I'm glad this did not get delayed. There were a lot of people sort of rumbling that maybe it was going to get delayed. Wow. Phantom Blade Zero looks like one of those crazy exclusives that Sony probably was very smart to snag early on. But so much of the state of play felt like stuff that was cool. Like, all right, great. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice. But nothing in here really wowed me that much. I mean, honestly, Tomb Raider getting...
I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
Right now, I'm going to be doing a video about that demo in a bit. I think this looks very, very good. It looks more than just Dark Souls. It does definitely seem to have a very heavy combat system, lots of parrying, lots of very heavy hits by the enemies. I think it's interesting they're trying to change up the dynamic, obviously the character and the timeline so much of Onimusha, but I'm curious to play for myself. I'm super excited to play the demo because this looks very 10 out of 10. This for me is maybe the trailer of the show that surprised me the most, that maybe just instantly want to play it more than anything else.
Hey, you wanted it,
Phantom Blade also got a very long trailer. I'm glad this did not get delayed. There were a lot of people sort of rumbling that maybe it was going to get delayed. Wow. Phantom Blade Zero looks like one of those crazy exclusives that Sony probably was very smart to snag early on. But so much of the state of play felt like stuff that was cool. Like, all right, great. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice. But nothing in here really wowed me that much. I mean, honestly, Tomb Raider getting delayed to February 2020.
Look, I'm just going to say it because everyone is thinking the same thing. She needed bigger boobs, man. We've all played the original Tomb Raider on, back in the day, Tomb Raider 1, 2, 3, 4. There's no reason to make her chest look that flat. That's all I'm saying.
27. Yeah, it's cool that Tomb Raider's back. Honestly, doing a full remake.
If this was a gacha game, that would never happen. I'm just going to put it out there. Gacha games have standards.
Making the first game probably a smart choice. This looks great. The voice actress doesn't, sound too much like Lara Croft, but the adventuring, the action, the running from dinosaurs all looks good. I guess nothing in the state of play really blew my socks off. I feel like...
I'm not saying she doesn't look good. Her looks is fine. I'm saying she could have just done with, a thing. Nah, I wouldn't do that.
Every state of play that's really good has something in it that makes you just completely want to tear your hair out. Here's this fantastic game that it hurts to not have right now. But a lot of this stuff, like even the stuff that looked good, I think Marvel Token Fighting Souls actually looks pretty fun. I mean, I'm excited for it, especially the fact that they unveiled Carnage and he was ripping people up. But I just don't really feel that raw, like, holy heck feeling. Like, I'm the biggest fan of Remedy games. I love Alan Wake 2 and Control a lot. The next Control looks really good, but even then, watching this trailer, none of this stuff felt like that crazy, here's a trailer that feels impossible. Here's Final Fantasy VII.
Do you know what he's complaining about? Do you know what his problem is? See, it's not the PlayStation Showcase, right? He's not complaining about the PlayStation Showcase, even though that's what it looks like. What he's complaining about is the generic games that keep coming out time and time again with a reskin. There's nothing original. There's nothing creative. There's nothing that's, out of the box thinking. Everything is just the same game. And there's really nothing there that, sparks any creative ingenuity that makes you go, oh my god, this is actually amazing. Nothing that pulls on those nostalgia heartstrings like Stuntman did, for example. There's, these games, they're just coming out and they're just essentially just more of the same. And this is why earlier I said studios like Double Fine need to be protected and cherished, because they are the ones, like PlayStation Studios who got shut down. They were the ones where, these crazy type, games were coming out that were cool. Games like what was that game on PlayStation? It was originally released on the PlayStation handheld where you could Gravity Rush. Such a good game. But you're not going to get that sort of creative thinking anymore. It all has to be one formula. And that is what he's disappointed in. Because you're not getting any of that anymore. It's all just the same stuff. And do you remember not that long ago, maybe it was a while ago, but I turned around to you guys and I asked you, when was the last time you truly got like super excited for a video game where you started literally cheering and screaming and jumped out of your chair or whatever, but it just blew up your emotions? And most couldn't remember. Obviously, Steve said Gears, but we all know he was lying. So I think that's what he's doing. I mean, Banisher, of course you're going to say Assassin's Creed. I didn't expect anything different. Susano, basically.
Remake Part 3, or I don't know, even like, hey, here's Kingdom Hearts, something that feels really, really cool.
See, a Kingdom Hearts would have blown things way out, completely. But that's still some time away.
Cool. That feels like that next big one more thing moment that makes PlayStation showcases good, especially because this is honestly the beginning of June. This is when we usually would get the PlayStation showcases, right? This is when we really would see those crazy reveals that were like, hey, here's Crash Bandicoot or Death Stranding, right? So many of those like big Hideo Kojima reveal moments or something. There really wasn't anything special, especially.
You see? He's literally saying what I thought he was saying. He wants originality. Like, say what you want about Death Stranding, right? Whether you like it or you don't like it, it is one of those love-hate games. I don't think there is an in-between. Death Stranding, to me, was one of the best games I've played. It was a phenomenal experience from start to finish. And by the time you get to the end and you start figuring things out and the pieces start falling into place and you figure out who's who and what's happening, man, it really completely wrecks you. It's a really good game. But you don't get games like that very often, if at all. You get Marathon that no one asked for. Gorsty, I don't know if you want to mention here, but maybe in DM. I know you played Death Stranding too. I'd really love to get your opinion on what you thought of the game, the ending, and when you figured out, the key plot twist. For me, Chaos, the game comes out next month. Black Flag. Nice. See, that's what I want for people. I want them to fall in love with the games again, rather than just picking it up and, it's just another cookie cutter game that they play and get done with. Like, for example, Lunar Abyss that I'm playing through right now. I highly recommend it. It's so good. It's it is like what, £15 if you want to buy it. It is on Game Pass as well. But it's so good. And I'm really enjoying it, considering I didn't think I would be enjoying it.
The fact that they decided to waste time for Marathon. The new season of Marathon dropped today. I actually tried it this morning. The servers are insta-crashing.
Not really.
The game is now pitch black.
They
because
change
apparently
stuff
that's
all
a
the
cool
time.
new idea. It's just wild that they somehow made Marathon worse, and now the game is literally broken. But let's talk about the big reveal. what they ended it with. No, not Until Dawn 2. A brand new God of War game, La Fée. Now, there were a lot of leaks about this. This is the new Sony Santa Monica game, and a lot of people seem to be not blown away by it. I have to admit that I'm kind of surprised. A lot of people in the chat seem to be deeply unimpressed. I thought this looked fantastic, man. I'll be honest. Part of what makes this feel like a better presentation than some people. A lot of people are giving this like 4 out of 10s. I think I'd probably give it like a 6. And for me, 2 of those points are literally just this. They came on and said, we have one more game to show you, and it's just going to be 20 minutes of raw gameplay. And I'll be damned if it wasn't just 20 minutes of raw gameplay. It's an interesting thing where I thought this was going to be a prequel. It's not. It is a sequel. It's after the death of Faye. She goes to the afterlife. She ends up in a new adventure, a place that is outside the land of death. It's called the, what would they say the name of it? The Everwind. This is where gods go when they die. And all the gods from across mythology, I definitely saw people that I think are from like Incan gods, people like from all sorts of different mythologies, like Egyptian mythologies and stuff, are all coming together to try and take over the afterlife of gods. And I think that's such an interesting idea.
There's
definitely a talking sword and a big ball of goo that I think is definitely voiced by Jack Quaid from The Boys. This to me looks really good. I mean, to me, this.
Who was Jack Quaid from The Boys? I don't actually know who he was. Like, what character was he? Because Byron, after my last video, I lost a lot of subs. I mean, I knew I would because people can't handle the truth, but, you know, I'm way away from the number you're thinking. Oh, it's Huey. Okay. Like, you wonder why, you know, you keep asking yourself, why is, you know, prices on the cost of games rising so high? And then they bring in, like, actors like the woman that played in Daredevil and Huey, and then you turn around and say, oh, maybe this is why our prices are ballooning. It's like, these actors must get paid a metric ton of money, man.
This looks really, really good. If they shadow drop this right now for $80, I'd buy it right the hell now. Okay, $70. But overall, I'm not going to say this was the worst state of play of all time. It definitely wasn't a good one. It definitely was not that crazy impressive, right? Let me end this off by refreshing. Let's refresh this and see how the replies are on this, right? Why did they hype this up? So much for bringing...
I think that's the biggest problem, right? They hyped this up big. They hyped this up really big. They had a countdown timer. They broke precedent by going a week early. Like, they made this one hyped massive. And I think they thought that the response to Wolverine and the response to God of War, yeah, I'm never going to remember the name. I'm just going to call it God of War 3. They believed that just seeing those 2 games alone would have set the world on fire. And it didn't do that. People were I was impressed with Wolverine. I liked what I saw. But as you saw, I wasn't jumping out of my seat. If you saw my excitement levels for when I saw Knight Rider and the DeLorean compared to what I saw with God of War and Wolverine, it's night and day. And maybe that was because of my nostalgia peeking through. It's got nothing against Sony or Wolverine or God of War. I think they're going to be good games, and I believe they're going to sell extremely well. Way more than Stuntman. The problem is, they didn't have that wow factor to make me, you know, get super excited. And, you know, I believe Sony really thought that was going to be it. And then they decided that they're going to basically take a leaf out of Forspoken. You remember that game that everyone dogged on and got the studio shut down, even though the game was actually a really good game? And I still, to this day, recommend people to play it because the story is actually really good, the gameplay is fun, and it's just an overall good game. You know, I gave it a 7.5 out of 10. That's still a decent rating. I would have given it an 8, but the final boss just ruined it for me. The final boss was just stupid. But, you know, it set itself up for a sequel that never came, and the quirky quips between Cuff and Faye were actually really funny at times, really cool. Especially once you get past a certain point and the tables turn. This game is going to follow in that same footsteps, and the people that hated that with Forspoken are going to be the same people that are going to be hiding under their their stream chairs and going, "I can't take this anymore." Fake engagement shit, like they were doing with Forspoken, right? They're just going to be fake engaging, fake crying, just like they did with everything else. I mean, look at it. They were trying it with not Indiana, 007 First Light, where at the beginning when you was in camp with the press ups and stuff, and they were all trying to fake engage how crap it was, and there's no gameplay, this and that. They're gonna do the same thing with God of War. But as games, they didn't scream out to you, and I think that Sony kind of did this to themselves to a certain extent. They kind of hyped it up a bit too much. Yeah, Banisher it's a really good game. But Sony hyped this up, and they only have themselves to blame for it. If they added like Kingdom Hearts into this showcase and then Final Fantasy VII Part 3, it would have blown things out of the water. It needed like another really big or two big games in there to make it stand out, and it didn't do that. They believed that their own IPs would have been enough, and it just didn't work.
Back classic PlayStation games. Oh man, everybody is super down on it. I bet my life that Nintendo is the last company left after what Sony and Microsoft have done on get a Switch and build a PC. Not a bad state of play per se, but just two big games. Wolverine and God of War not move me at all, especially God of War. This isn't a mainline game. I don't like this. For some reason, it just doesn't look great. Not to mention, it still looks cross-gen still.
Me too.
Well, that's all we wrote. That's it. I guess I'll see you boys at Summer Games Fest, and hopefully it's a bit more entertaining than this. And of course, we have the Microsoft Game Showcase coming up on Sunday. But tell me your thoughts in the comments down below, and if you could, please give this video a like, subscribe.
Did you see how he just couldn't help it? He just had to downplay Xbox just at the end, just for his own, just for his own ego. What a guy. I don't want to say that I agree with him when I kind of do agree with him, because at the end of the day, gaming has gotten stale. People are saying it's the best time to be gaming, and I don't agree with that. I'm finding, these AA RPGs and stuff that are way more entertaining. Yes, Susanna, it's because he's disappointed in Sony. It's totally that. But folks, anything else you want to touch up on? It's 1 a.m. and I still need to edit that video and push it live before I go to bed. But is there anything else you guys want to talk about or cover before I jump ship? Get some sleep before, tonight for the Summer Games Fest. Tomorrow night for you guys. Reforge, another video? That will keep me here till like 2 a.m. We can leave a Reforge for Tuesday. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. I need to You'd be willing to deal with Reforge today? Fine. Since you guys asked for it, you know what? Let's find it. Which one do you want? You got Marvel's Wolverine gameplay just erased all my concerns. and God of War Lao Fei is exactly what I wanted. Pick one. Pick one, folks. Do you know what, Gorsty? It was also I don't know if Gorsty is still in chat. I'm just reading your message. It was my first 10 out of 10 when I played it. And it had problems. It wasn't perfect, but it was my 10 out of 10. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. No, yeah, I agree with most of what you said here. I haven't played Death Stranding 1, so I'm going to go back and play that. Obviously, I'm playing it in reverse now, so it's a lot of context that I'm going to have spoiled to myself. But especially that final fight, I thought was really well done. That final fight at the end, it was just done so well. All right, you guys wanted Wolverine. All right, here we go. I appreciate the DM, Gorsty.
All right, so my concerns about Wolverine gameplay are pretty much gone. I was a little worried it would be a little too repetitious and there'd be a little bit too limited. In case you missed it, during the State of Play, they kicked off the event with a huge focus on Wolverine gameplay. And it was very similar to how they showed off Spider-Man 2. So there was a big mix of quick time events.
Why can't I maximize this?
All right, so my concerns about Wolverine gameplay are pretty much gone. I was a little worried it would be a little too repetitious and there'd be a little bit too limited. In case you missed it, during the State of Play, they kicked off the event with a huge focus on Wolverine gameplay. And it was very similar to how they showed off Spider-Man 2. So there was a big mix of quick time events, cinematics, as well as gameplay. And I did tell people before, I was like, I think there could be some stealthy gameplay with Wolvie. If you remember growing up, I do, watching the Uncanny X-Men on Saturday morning, he would smell and catch clues and find things and sneak around. He was more of a clandestine, killing machine than just run in and kill everything. It wasn't always that way with him. He kind of prided himself on being a little bit more sneaky. Now, the sneakiness doesn't last all that long. It's not like Batman where you're going back into the shadows. He's quickly leaping and killing people and drawing lots of attention to himself. But I did like that was going to be a part of sort of the story and the lore of him going into facilities, potentially in other gameplay, and sneaking around and slicing people up. Now, when it comes to the combat, my biggest concern was he was going to be pretty limited since he's just able to kind of like punch and claw. And I thought they're going to have meters that you fill and abilities that you use, sort of similar to other games that we've seen, like a lot of the abilities that you had in Stellar Blade, so it wasn't just you fighting with a sword the whole time. He clearly has lots of abilities like that. We also get a look at Jean Grey in this upcoming sequence here. She's going to come and help him. And I really, really am not concerned anymore about the combat. It seems very varied. It seems incredibly intense and bombastic, and he's sort of like kicking people and throwing them into things and having to, quickly move. One thing I will say is there were a couple of moments where
I don't know. I kind of disagree with that to a certain degree because all of that stuff where you're kind of pushing them and that all seems automated. It doesn't seem like, with Stellar Blade, everything was kind of manual. You had to do everything manually, right? Here it looked automated, like it was part of a quick time experience, right? I don't know. We'll see when we're playing, but at least that's what it felt like to me. Not that that's a bad thing, right? Because obviously people want to see those cinematic, flashy sequences, but it just felt like finishes would be the better term to use.
The guys are just kind of standing around waiting to shoot. I'm not a big fan of that, given his ability to heal and their sort of aggression and fear of him. I would expect them to be shooting at him constantly. I'm not quite sure if they had it dumbed down, because this is maybe like an opening sequence, or maybe this is a sequence where, they're trying to kind of like ease you in to some of the gameplay like they do in some of those early sections of a game where they're not wanting to beat the tar out of you just yet.
I wouldn't say this is an early sequence because he already is in his X-Men outfit. In the trailer, you see him already in like normal clothes and not Wolverine, so I assume that that's more where you're going to start off. Or unless this is like a mission that you do, and then it goes back to the past or something.
There were multiple instances where they showed fights and things where I felt like, yeah, this is going to be excellent. Like, Sabretooth's going to show up and you're going to have to fight him, as well as other, potential challenges to Wolvie himself. And his suit takes damage and he's sort of healing. That's another cool element of them kind of showing how much damage he does take all throughout the combat. And it is bloody. I mean, this is definitely going to be a mature.
Now, something on that I will add, if you haven't seen the 360 version of X-Men Wolverine, the way that Wolverine gets damaged in that game, where it goes down to point where you can see all his rib cages in his exoskeleton and stuff, you can see the adamantium inside. I don't think this game went that far. I think the previous game on the 360 actually did a much better job.
Game. There is just like blood going everywhere. But there did seem to be a bit of an intersection in some of these sequences of using the environment around you, slamming guys into walls, and it breaks the glass. You just saw him slam the guy into the median, like the cement median there, slammed his head, and even working alongside Jean. So it'd be cool if there's sections where, he's fighting alongside other characters and then sort of doing like those combos, those like on-the-fly combos that we did in some of the Batman games as well.
Yes,
and
you're right.
Again,
there's no dismemberment at all.
The forklift. I think that will add something to the combat that will be enjoyable. That's something I enjoyed, particularly in like Batman Arkham Knight, where it felt like there was always something that I could grab onto. And then here we're obviously enraged. He's got abilities over there in the corner, only two seemingly unlocked. One is the triangle, and the other was the left trigger that he can utilize. And I think it's another thing that you're going to be having to do is having that forward momentum and constantly on the move so that you can fill those meters. I think that's going to be a good interpretation of Wolverine. It's going to be a good interpretation of how his combat should feel. And some of these sequences we've already seen, right? The motorcycle. I don't know how prominent the motorcycle is going to be, but I am hopeful, too, that they add to those abilities. Like, we've only seen a couple. We've only seen a few of them in the heads-up display. I also like the fact
this is gameplay.
This was not simulated gameplay. I had somebody in my chat saying it was simulated. This is not simulated gameplay. That is not something Insomniac does. Put some respect on Insomniac's name. When they finally decide to show you gameplay, it is gameplay. All the stuff they showed in Spider-Man 2 played exactly the way that it did in those sequences. And yes, there are some maybe quick-time events or cinematics interwoven, but these sections where he's fighting and he's chopping people up and kicking them off the trucks and stuff, that is real gameplay. And I trusted that Insomniac would be able to add some depth and a level of like visceral violence with Wolverine that would feel sort of faithful to the character. They did such a good job with Spider-Man sort of swinging through the city and having that agility and having all of the gadgets that I was very confident they would be able to interpret that well with Wolverine. But I really wanted to make sure that it wasn't something where you were going to sort of get bored or get a little tired of kind of button mashing. I did have some people say that in my chat. They're like, man, I just really hope it doesn't feel super button mashy. It looked like it was going to be more of a combo-driven, momentum-driven style of combat. You're not just going to...
I think it's going to be very button mashy. Yeah. I think it's going to be very button mashy.
Want to like hit the buttons and mash the buttons. You're going to want to be sort of moving from character to character, so enemy to enemy, using those environments, the forklift, the median, the glass window, and doing that to sort of stay ahead of the crowd control and the various enemies that you're fighting. And in classic 2 Insomniac vibes, we have these these lengthy sections here where there are pretty big moments, like cinematic moments of explosions and chases and things like that. That was, I think, one of the fun moments in Spider-Man. I don't think they did too many of them. I don't think they really overstay their welcome. And I think they did a great job with that in this Wolverine showcase, and just real subtle things there, like he's all sliced up, his suit is just mangled, and his skin is healing. So I am thrilled. I really, really am. I think they've really captured what I wanted to see in Wolverine from the very, very first sort of time they talked about making this game. That was my primary concern. My concern was, are they going to be able to sort of make it feel like Wolverine? Am I going to want to keep playing, or am I going to get near the end and be like, oh my gosh,
it could have been like
I'm just punching everybody and I'm just slicing everybody? Like, am I going to be going through that sort of rote rehearsed combo over and over and over again? Even a little montage at the end here, you can definitely see there's going to be maybe even a bit of a serious and more mature tone to it. And you get a look at Omega Red there. As well as, people were wondering if there was going to be like a Deadpool cameo. I don't know if they're going to have a Deadpool cameo, but Sabretooth is in here. I might have said Saberwolf in the beginning. Not Saberwolf, not Killer Instinct, but Sabretooth. So I can't wait. I can't wait to play it. I was worried. I'm not nearly as concerned or worried now. I think that combat is going to be addicting and visceral and fast, and moment to moment is going to feel really, really fun. I don't think it's going to feel like, man, I'm just button mashing or I'm just punching everybody. There are advantages to other characters that can utilize like gadgets and weapons. Wolverine is the weapon. Like, he is the weapon, and I think they've done a good job of bringing Weapon X to a video game. So if you like this video, remember, hit like, share, and...
Yeah, I mean, he's basically just glazing over it, which is fine. He's a Wolverine fan, I'm guessing. But some of the stuff I didn't agree with. The gameplay did look very automated at times. There was gameplay to it, don't get me wrong. You could see it. But some of it just looked very orchestrated, very like on the rails, I think is the right term to use. But, you know, I don't expect anything less from Insomniac. That's been their go-to if you've played Spider-Man, so... But I do expect it to be a lot of button mashing. Is what it is. But like I said, man, they needed something bigger. But I don't think they've got anything right now that's remotely close to being anything bigger than the 2 games that they showed. And I think people are just wanting something new. Maybe like a Spawn game or something. But folks, that's definitely going to be it for me for today. It is past 1 a.m. now. I'm going to call it a night. I appreciate you all being here. It's been very fun. Didn't think the stream would have gone on this long, but hey, good times. We all had fun, and I appreciate it. Sorry for the late start again today. I had family round. Tomorrow we will be starting promptly, I believe around 9. So hopefully I'll see a bunch of you there. And yeah, that's it. I get it, Gray. I get it. It's because of just, how can I say, it's missing something. Whether it's the dismemberment or whether it's the catchy phrasing, you know, where he's actually, you know, I don't know. When I think of Wolverine, when he's dismembering people or fighting people, he's saying stuff. He's having those quips, and he's a serious character, but also has a kind of flair about him, and I feel that flair is missing. You know, the essence of what makes Wolverine Wolverine is missing. It's almost like what we have here is a shell of Wolverine, but not the soul of Wolverine. I think that's the best way to describe it. But folks, that's it. I'm out. Have a good night, folks.